Konnichiwa. Hi, Milk Tea. Hi, Milk Tea. Is the music loud? It's really loud on my thing. Give me some. Boop, 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 boop. I can't hear my thoughts. Hi, Milk Tea. It's story time. It's story time. And I'm dressed like bangers. I'm literally bangers. The game doesn't seem to fit in frame. Let me make it smaller. Okay, wait. And here I figured he'd be the one to be embarrassed to show up late. So much for playing it cool, huh? So much for playing it cool, huh? Hi! I let my enthusiasm get the better of me, and I arrived too early. I would have felt guilty otherwise, making him wait at the same station he'd never visited after the long trip here. I wonder how tall Suzumu is. Couldn't really tell from the photo. Hi Refresh, hi my Dara. Story time, story time. Is it loud? Is the music loud? Is the music loud? Suzumu was my distant relative. Like me, he was also 16 and a junior in high school. Starting this spring, he would be living here in Susuda, going to the same school as me too. He said he'd know where my place was, but normally you pick people up at a station, right? Still though, that was no excuse for my premature arrival. So I think I'm a girl in this one. Am I a girl? Does that mean no sex? Aww. Oh, cute. Is that me? It'd sure be nice if you got here a little bit early. You seem to like to be the punctual type, so I figured he'd be more likely to be here 5 minutes ahead of time. There was no way he'd show up an hour early like me. Yet, I had to go and get the brilliant idea to show up over an hour ahead of schedule anyway. I wasn't trying to get that carried away, but honestly, it just kind of happened. Killing time at a chic coffee shop would be ideal in this sort of situation, but, well, I didn't want to waste over 300 yen of my meager allowance on a single cup of coffee. So there I was, leaning against a pillar in front of the ticket gate, looking like a fool as I stared off into space. At first I was worried about my hair looking funny, like I was waiting for my first date or something. That's your cousin, dog. It's your fucking cousin. But those silly feelings passed after a while. Eventually, I found myself simply staring blankly at the bustling crowds of people. My mind as blank and staticky as a TV tuned to a dead channel. That's such a cute face she's making. No matter how much I checked my phone, it wouldn't change the fact that I still had another 50 or so minutes to go. It'd be nice if I could find a game or something to pass the time. Minigame? Oh. But since I was still recharging my MP at Wanyadora, I couldn't play for another 12 hours. Oh my god, energy points. I hate that. Where you gotta like wait for time in order to gain more energy. MOBA gay is fucking sucking me. Voice of woman. Personally, I think you'd be surprised how popular spot train stations are for suicides. Huh? All of a sudden, my channel locked into this single voice, speaking amidst the crowd. The voice appeared to be that of a young office worker, all by herself. Perhaps talking on the phone?
どんな自殺の名所もさ、結構行くの大変じゃん？
Getting to any of the really big spots is a journey in and of itself, isn't it?
覚悟とか度胸とか、というか行くのに時間かかるっていうか。
It takes a lot of courage, resolve, and even time. For what? To kill yourself?
だって思わない？富士の樹海とかで死ぬ人ってどんだけ頑張ってるわけ？
I mean, have you ever thought of how much work it takes to get all the way out to Aokigahara?
樹海までの行き方調べて、電車乗って、乗り換えて、歩いて。
First, you've got to look into how to get there, hop on a train, switch line after line, and then walk all the way up there.
普通死ぬためだけにそこまでやるかね？家で首つった方がどんだけ楽かって思うでしょ？
And all that just to kill yourself? Don't you think simply hanging yourself at home would be so much easier? She's so right. She's right, you know. Just do it now. Why waste all the pomp and circumstance, the train money? Save that for your family. Kill yourself at home. She was discussing a rather morbid topic with the same energy one would have with the latest fashion and trends. That said, I had to admit it was fascinating.
首吊るのだってそうそう簡単じゃないって。首を吊るロープかその代わりのものなんてそうそう家にはないよ。
But even hanging yourself isn't that simple. Most people don't have anything thick enough to do the job just laying around, do they? Oh yeah, hi Jackie. Now that she's mentioned it, I couldn't think of anything at my place that could support my whole body weight. Going to the store to get a rope or something just to hang yourself seemed like a really fast way to kill the mood. Yeah, Blaze of Glory. Refresh gets it. Yeah, even just hanging yourself took too much effort.
自殺ってさ、初恋の男の子に今だって告白するような勢いとタイミングでするもんでしょ？
You need to find both the right incentive and the right timing to kill yourself, you know? Just like confessing your love to your first crush, wouldn't you say? That's grim, I like that. Wow, that's quite a simile. And she's smiling, she liked it too. It was in no way a funny topic, yet even I almost giggled. The days of seppuku are long in the past, so most suicides these days were done on impulse. With that, I saw what she was getting at about the train stations being a suicide hotspot.
駅ってさ、学生でも社会人でも誰もが日常に利用している場所なわけだよね。
Train stations are places for everyone. They use it in their day-to-day lives, whether they're young or old.
それでホームで電車を待っている時間ってどんなに忙しい人でも自分を顧みるいい時間になるわけじゃん。
No matter how busy you are, waiting on the platform for the train to come is a good time to reflect on yourself. You just jump in. You just jump on the tracks. And so in those few minutes waiting for the train, it could cross your mind how easy it would be to just end it all. Train platforms were truly a wonder in that sense. If the thought of killing yourself passed through your head, you wouldn't even need to prepare anything special. All it would take is a few steps towards the edge of the platform. Sure, you'd have to wait for a train first, but those arrived every few minutes during the busy hours. A desire to die and a few minutes of spacing out. That's all you need to commit suicide. And it was just all a hop, a skip, a jump away.
ね？最高の自殺スポットだと思わない？
Is this TOS, by the way? Who cares? I don't make any money. Okay. It's the best suicide spot there is, don't you think?
コンビニやカラオケくらいに身近でお手軽なカジュアルな自殺スポットだと思うわけ。
So quick and easy. Just as close as a convenience store or a karaoke bar.
疲れたらコンビニで栄養剤買ったり、カラオケでストレス発散したりとかするでしょ。エピもそれと同じじゃないかなって。
If you're tired, you go buy an energy drink. If you're stressed, you go sing, right? I feel like train stations are kind of the same. So in other words, when you're tired of life, it should be okay to treat the idea of killing yourself almost casually. That's what she was saying. Suicide was supposed to be a really tragic and serious thing, right? Yet, this woman was talking about how death shouldn't be considered that big of a deal. Like cutting your hair short for a change of pace, or splurging on a fantastic overseas vacation. In other words, resetting your life should be treated just as lightly as all of that. I didn't know if it was because I was sleepy or what, but her words felt like they were awakening something awfully new and fascinating inside of me.
そうだよね。
This is cute. Yeah, she's right.
自殺って何もとことん追い詰められるまで考えちゃいけないものではないのかも。
Maybe you don't need to be at the end of your rope to consider suicide after all. Is she gonna jump while waiting for her cousin? Just do it. Just do it, sweetie. Just do it. Nike. Like how you might just change up your hair after a breakup. Or how you might treat yourself to a makeover or a new purse on a whim. Hi, Sparks. Maybe it really should be treated as casually as that.
自殺って言葉が私は物騒だと思うんだよね。
Oh, hi, Space. I missed you. My bad. Hi, Space also. She's waiting at a train station for her cousin to arrive after not seeing him for a while. And she's overhearing a phone call. And the lady's talking about how easy it would be to commit suicide. And you don't need to go to the suicide forest to do it. You could just jump in front of a train. And now this 16-year-old girl is like, yeah, I don't need a reason to die. And I think she wants to just jump in front of the train because she's bored. Yeah, refresh helping. Thank you. Sorry, I stopped everything. Immersion broken. Okay. You know, I think the word suicide is just a bit too extreme.
確かに。
Yeah.
エステで新陳代謝を改善して新しいお肌に生まれ変わらせるのと全く同じ感じ。
When really, it feels just as rejuvenating as having a spa day to exfoliate and boost your metabolism.
だから自分殺しなんて物騒な言葉じゃなくて、
So maybe we shouldn't go as far as saying we're killing ourselves.
人生のリピュアとかってどうかな。ね、なんか素敵な響きになったと思わない？
So cool. But instead, that we're rejuvenating our lives. Yeah. Don't you think that would be don't you think that has a wonderful ring to it?
人
Rejuvenating.
生のリピュア。
Rejuving our lives, huh? Yeah. That did have a real nice ring to it. She's gonna do it. Look at that smug little bitch. It was only then that I realized that this woman she was talking to me. She was leaning against the other side of the pillar. I turned around and locked eyes with her. She wasn't on the phone. She was an older woman in her 20s or so, with a stunning long hair and somewhat compassionate aura around her.
してみると結構驚いちゃうよ。
It's a real eye-opener, I tell you.
ああ、こんなに簡単だったんだ。
And it never really hits you just how easy it is.
なんで今まで無駄に怖がってたんだろう。バカみたいって。
You really feel like such an idiot, having worried over nothing for so long.
したことあるんですか？リピュア。
Have you, ever rejuved yourself? Yes. She answered it as if I had simply asked for the time. Wait, hold on just a second. I felt as though my entire world had been turned upside down. Meet me. I grew as dizzy as if heaven and earth had been inverted, and the sounds of the crowd around me grew deafening, as though someone had turned the volume up on them. Hi, Tevo.
She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it.
All of a sudden, I found myself at the very front of the crowded platform. She's gonna do it. Beyond where the waiting line would usually start. I wasn't even a full step away of going over the edge. But there was a sea of people behind me. It was as packed as a can of sardines. Trying to force them back did no good. If I tried to push my way through them, they pushed back just as hard. Oh my god, are the ghosts gonna kill her?
見て見て
Go on.
下を
Look down. I heard the woman close by, but I couldn't see her. I didn't plan on listening to her. But a push forward from behind distinctly drew my eyes to my feet. I was stunned by what I found. Where there should have been gravel and train tracks, it was instead a vast blue sky spreading out as far as the eye could see. Beautiful fields of clouds adorned that light blue sea. It was like I was looking down from a floating island. No, wait. Those clouds seemed familiar. They were just like those towering cumulonimbus. Cumulonimbus. It was like those towering cumulonimbus clouds I had seen one summer when I was a kid, laying in the field in a nature park. That's right. There wasn't a sky below me. The sky I had looked up at on that day, it was under my eyes. And just as soon as I realized that, I felt as though gravity had been turned on its head. My chest grew light with the desire to be sucked into that blue ocean. Like that feeling you get when you finally reach the top of a tall slide after waiting in a long line.
おいでよ
Come along. But
すっごい簡単であっさりだよ怖くなんかないから
cumulonimbus. 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 I'm a genius. Okay. There is no need to be scared. It's easy. Really.
なんでそっちにこだわってたのかバカみたいになるよ
You'll feel like a fool for ever worrying about it. The woman appeared before me, holding her hand out to me. I had no idea how she got there without me noticing. Almost like she walked up to me as I lay gazing at the sky on that field, inviting me to go with her. And it wasn't just her. There were other women there. Her friends, or co-workers maybe, along with men in suits. Though it felt like they were inviting me to a barbecue or something, they looked so out of place in their suits that it felt kind of silly to me. But that means jumping off the platform, right? But there was an announcement signaling the arrival of the next train. And yet, everyone was coaxing me over to them, their faces plastered with a blissful smile. Almost like they were telling me I'd miss the train if I didn't hurry. But couldn't they hear that screeching metal against the tracks? The train is coming. I couldn't jump. And if I did, I'd...
ほら早く
Come on, hurry up.
怖くないから痛くもないんだよ
Don't be scared, it doesn't hurt. Hurry, hurry. You're going to miss it. Everyone said as they reached out and waved to me, like telling me I'd miss out on all the fun if I didn't come along. But they were asking the impossible because hadn't they all been crushed to pieces? Their hands and feet and heads were all crushed to pieces, weren't they? There was no blue sky, just a blanket of scattered stone dyed reddish brown by the elements and rust. Faded metal rails like prison bars reaching out into the distance. It was from there that the dead moaned, pushing through the track's ballast as they desperately reached out to me. Their own buried hell beneath the stone, its residents doomed to be crushed under the weight of each passing train, unnoticed by the living day after day. The mutilated dead moaned there in their agony as they desperately sought new companions. One of them had become nothing more than a partially crushed head. Others' outstretched hands had fallen right off their arm. An indecipherable jumble of hands and feet squeezing through the stones as they beckoned me over. Chills ran through me from head to toe. I wanted to back away, but the sea of people behind me were pushing back just as hard against me, no, even harder now. Stop, I'm gonna fall. However, they were clearly winning. My toes had already stretched out past the platform and were trembling in the mid-air. I stretched my arms as far as they could go, grabbing onto someone behind me and held on for dear life. But the encroached walls of flesh pushing up against me. By this point, my heels were halfway over the platform. The eyes of the mechanical carnivore gleamed as it grew closer. The train rushed forward, crushing the moaning dead underfoot as it did. The screams of the damned joined in the chorus with the metallic screeching as the train approached with its fierce velocity. It'll swallow me whole if I don't get out of the way. But just then, I found myself dancing in midair. At that moment, the stone graveyard of the suffering dead suddenly transformed into that magnificent sky once again. I couldn't tell if I was falling or floating. Congratulations, congratulations. Everyone stood on the field of grass under the sky, their arms raised as if in celebration, waited for me. I fell gently into their clutches. It's almost like I was light as a feather. Their countless hands caught me comfortably.
ね、怖くなかったでしょ?
See, that wasn't so scary now, was it?
ようこそ私たち側の世界へ。
Welcome to our world.
あなたと一緒に来れて嬉しいよ。
We're happy to have you.
だって誰にも私の声が届かないんだもの。
After all, no one else could hear us. Oh, I was the chosen one! There is no pain, there's no suffering here. Nor sorrow, nor anger. No irritation or frustration either. They're all things of the past here. Of course. Of course. Same goes for hope, salvation, resurrection, or rebirth. The transient illusion was all a lie. The sky, the clouds, the fields, the people who would welcome me all vanished. I was lying on the rails, bound tight by the countless hands. That's right. I was a sacrifice to the steel behemoth. I liked that. That was a very visceral sound. A screech, a smash. My body was gnawed down to nothing by the jaws of the train in the blink of an eye. All of my bones broke with the sound akin to the crunching of a candy bar. I heard that with the ear remaining on my severed head. She could hear. Good for her. Very crunchy, crispy. Naturally, not even my severed head could escape those steel jaws, of course. Who would have thought that sound could be music to my ears? Crunch, smash. What a pleasant sound, like sinking your incisors into the skin of a crisp candied apple. It was a bit of a surprise to discover how gratifying it was to have my body devoured. Deep down, I understood it was an evil, detestable temptation. But being so thoroughly gnawed at... Wait. Being so thoroughly gnawed at... Okay. Being so thoroughly gnawed at was a sensation both satisfying and amusing beyond comprehension. Oh, she liked it. You know how it feels good when you're stretching and you feel your joints crack? Well, try picturing that, but all over your body like goosebumps, and it just keeps happening over and over and over and over again. Then you might understand. Crunch, crunch, smash, smash. I knew, of course, that I shouldn't get into that kind of pleasure. But by that point, my body had already been reduced to little more than an assortment of paste and limbs strewn across the rails. Crunch, smash. What little there was left of me being dragged under the track bed. A world of crushed limbs and innards. But it seemed that wasn't enough to kill them. Agonized moans filled the air. I understood. This is liberation. I didn't have to remember my day-to-day life any longer. I didn't have to keep spacing out and waiting without end. Oh, waiting? Hold on. Why did I even come to the station again? Oh well, who cares? It didn't matter anymore. Oh, another train is coming? Yeah, that's good. The wheels of the train crush hundreds of more limbs and torsos and organs. Crunch, crunch, smash. A blinding light gradually intruded on my ecstasy, and all traces of thought came to an end.
大丈夫?
Hey, are you okay? She survived it? Holy shit. 大丈夫? It's pretty cute. It's very kawaii. So Bakiko panted as she returned to her reality. She was leaning against the pillar still in front of the station, waiting for Suzumu. That was still the same. But one thing was a little different. Time had advanced to the point of Suzumu's arrival. Suzumu?
うなされてるみたいな感じだったよ。
You just look like you're in so much pain now.
そうだった。
Did I?
寝ぼけてたかも。
Maybe I drifted off a little. Tsubakiko gave a slight nod as she suggested that perhaps she'd just been spacing out for too long, though she had a waking dream.
大丈夫？少し休む？
Are you alright? Do you want to rest a bit?
大丈夫。本当、ちょっとぼんやりしてただけ。
I'm fine. Just spaced out a bit, really.
何か悪い夢でも見てた？
Did you have a bad dream or something? Dreams can sometimes be so clear that they feel real when you're in them. Yet, in most cases, you barely remember what they were even about the moment you wake up. Tsubakiko couldn't put it into words. All she knew was that it was a bizarre, grotesque daydream. She couldn't recall anything more than that. Oh, she loved it though. She loved being crushed. We have awoken the demon. But as she stared at Suzumu's face, her mind started to clear up. She's in love with her cousin. She could feel herself returning to reality, the daydream being driven away in a flash. She'd already completely forgotten that fantastical delusion that had taken hold of her. People don't tend to retain every detail of the daydreams or fantasies that they might have when spacing out, after all. Yeah, I think so. The intrusive thoughts and vivid technicolor. Fantasies like this happen all the time, right?
ごめんね。ちょっと早く来すぎて、ぼんやりしてるうちに居眠りしちゃってたかも。
Yeah, sorry, I got here a little early, so I must have dozed off.
どのくらい早く来てたの？
Oh, how early we talking?
1時間くらいかな。
Maybe an hour? Maybe.
それはすごいな。僕のためにそんなに早くから待っててくれたの？
Wow, that's amazing. You waited for me that long?
別にスズムのためにってわけじゃないわけ。
I wasn't really waiting for you or anything.
たまたまちょっと早く来すぎちゃったってだけの話。男子は細かいこと気にしなくていいの。
I just happened to get here a bit early, that's all. Whatever. Boys aren't supposed to get all caught up in that sort of stuff anyway.
キカちゃん面白いな。
You're funny, Kiko.
田舎者のスズムが駅で迷子になってたら気の毒だなって。
Well, I feel bad if a country boy like you got lost at the station.
それで早く来て待ってたわけ。Do you understand?
She spoke English. That's so cute. So I came here early and waited. Do you understand?
迷子になったら来るのは早まるんじゃなくて遅くなると思うけどな。
But if I'd gotten lost, wouldn't I be running late instead?
荷物はそれで全部？カバン1個持ってあげるね。
Is that all your stuff? I'll take one of your bags.
あ、大丈夫だよ。重いよ。
Oh, no, that's okay. They're heavy.
No problem.
She keeps speaking English. What a nerd. It's all no problem. Wait, whoa. Tsukiku snatched Suzumu's travel bag out of his grasp, only to drop it on her feet immediately with a
何
thud.
これ？めちゃくちゃ重いじゃん。
What is in this thing? It weighs a ton.
だから重いよって言ったのに。
See, I told you.
スズムが軽そうに持ってたからてっきり軽いんだとばっかり。
It didn't look like you were having any trouble with it, so I thought it would be light.
ひょっとしてリュックの方が軽かったりする？そっち持ってあげる。
Is your backpack any lighter? I'll carry that instead.
大丈夫だよ。それにこのカバンより重いよ。
It's okay, really. Besides, it's heavier than the bags.
スズムって
Carrying a whole meth lab.
結
Damn.
構力持ちなんだね。
Man, Suzumu, you sure are strong.
さすがは男子。
Well, you're a boy after
あ
all.
あ、そっか。武道をやってるんだったっけ？
Oh, wait, that's right. You do martial arts, don't you?
まあ腕だけは鍛えてるからね。
Just my arms, really. How do
昔
you
と
do
変
martial
わら
arts
ず
with just your
一見
arms?
細そうなのに随分成長しちゃったね。
You look as thin as you used to, but wow, you really have grown.
キコちゃんこ
Scrawny
そ
little bitch. Same with you.
実際に会ったらこんなにも可愛らしく成長してたんで、すっごい驚いちゃった。
My cousin is hitting on me. I can't believe how cute you've gotten. Can I have one visual novel without incest?
そう？ありがとう。お世辞でも嬉しいかな。
You think so? Thanks. I'm happy to hear that, even if you're just trying to be nice.
お世辞なんかじゃないよ。キコちゃんはすごく
My
可愛らしくなったと
my
思う。
blanket's unaligned. Oh well. I'm not just being nice. I meant every word.
ありがとう。まあ、私も女子やってるし、キュートキュートになるよう毎日努力してるしね。
Thanks. Well, I'm a girl, you know. I work hard every day to be cute. As a cute little button. Bleh. Bleh. There wasn't a single hint of flattery in Suzumu's compliment, making Tsubikiko even more embarrassed. Her heart was already aflutter at the thought that Suzume might turn out to be one heck of a lady killer. Is this Riz, chat? Is this Riz? Cousin Riz? Ugh. He's too close. His full name was Suzumu Suzuhara. Just like Tsubikiko, he was 16 years old and in the 11th grade. He would be going to the same school as her starting in April. As per family tradition, he would start living on his own from this year onwards. His large backpack and traveling bag contained his personal belongings and all the like. That said, he was still a minor, so it wasn't like he would be truly living on his own just yet. The Harumiyas, Tsubikiko, and her parents would be taking care of him. Suzumu and Tsubikiko were relatives. Why are they flirting so much? However, they are 6 times removed, so they can hardly be considered close in terms of blood ties. Okay, so they're 4th cousins. What's the rule? Anything beyond, was like 3rd cousins or some shit is perfectly fine. Somebody, y'all are white. Somebody's got to tell me the rules on that shit. My people don't do that. That's a white people thing. What's more, the two hadn't seen each other since their great-grandfather's funeral over a decade ago. Their parents had told them each how the other was doing, but this was the first time in so long they were truly meeting face to face. I live at home in the trailer. Karaoke? Just kidding. Okay. Despite that, they didn't feel like strangers at all. Family ties are truly a curious thing. Why do they keep putting emphasis on them being related? Is this fetish content? My bad, gang. My bad. vet my games better. Just kidding. That's why I bought it. Even if today had been their first time meeting, Tsubakiko wouldn't have been opposed to welcoming him into the family at all. It was strange, but that's just how close she felt to him. They're good.
じゃあ行こうか。
Ready to go?
なんだろ
What's
う。な
with
んだか騒がしいね。
What's with all the commotion? The station employees were all flustered. Oops, 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 oops. The teenagers exiting the station were rambling on about something. Their faces were pale.
飛び込みらしいよ。
It sounds like
それも
someone
たっ
jumped.
た今だって。
And just now, too.
何それ。
What?
怖い。
Serious. That's so creepy.
髪の長い若い OL が電車に飛び込んだって言ってるね。
Oh, the lady was talking to me. They're saying an office lady in her 20s with long hair jumped right into a train. An office lady in her 20s with long hair.
怖い。
Oh my god, that's awful.
気の毒だね。死んで咲く花なんてないのに。
How terrible. Death doesn't solve anything. Oh, I got a flicker of our past scene. Maybe she was rejuving her life.
リー、何
Huh? What's that? Huh?
なんだっけ。
Did I say something? For a moment, images of a field under a blue sky and a woman with an unsettling smile flashed through Tsubakiko's mind. But they faded into the fog of oblivion just as soon as they appeared. After all, it was pointless to remember my daydream. Spaghettification by
ここ
train.
がキコちゃんの住むアパートなんだ。
So this is where you live, huh? My father considered living alone to be a trial of sorts for me. For generations, men of the Suzuhara family had lived independently after reaching a certain age. Only once one had trained his body and mind without relying on others, he was considered a full-fledged adult. I'd eagerly awaited this opportunity for as long as I could remember. That was why I'd studied up on all sorts of things in preparation for this day, so I could live on my own. The thought of finally being able to put all that to the test has excited me beyond words.
はいこれ。スズムの部
Here
屋
you
の
go.
鍵。2階の202号室ね。
This is the key for your place. You're in room 202 on the second floor.
ありがとう。僕だけの家か。なんだかワクワクするな。
Thanks, my own place, huh? I'm starting to get pretty excited now. Kiko's family, the Harumiyas, oh, Kiko being Tsubakiko. Oh, she's so cute. Her full name was Tsubakiko Harumiya. Anyway, Kiko's family, the Harumiyas, were landlords who owned several apartment complexes in Susura. This quaint two-story apartment complex, Residence Harumiyan 2, was one of them. And I would be living here. Yeah, I think I'm from the boys' perspective now. I opened the door to find a futon and stacks of cardboard boxes containing daily necessities waiting for me. The delivery men had already made their rounds.
それにしてもずいぶんいろいろと送ったね。
Wow, that's a lot more stuff than I was picturing.
男子なんてせいぜい身の回りのものをカバンに詰め込んだらおしまいかと思ってたな。
I kinda had it in my head that guys just stuffed their things into one bag and that was it.
自炊しなさいって言って、母さんがフライパンとかお鍋とかも送ってくれたからね。
My mom said I'd be cooking for myself, so she sent me stuff like a frying pan and a hot pot.
スズム、自炊なんてできるの？
Wait, you can cook?
多少はできるつもりでいるよ。
Yep.
得意って胸を張れるほどじゃないけどね。
That's the plan. Though I wouldn't call myself a master chef or anything.
キコちゃんはお料理とかってで
Hi,
きるの？
Elfin. It's story time. How about you? Can you cook?
こう見えても将来の夢はプリティな花嫁さんだしね。
I may not look like it, but it's my dream to be a pretty wife someday. Do not clip that. Do not fucking clip that.
花嫁修行の一環として
Maidara?
お料理も
Wait,
欠
where's
かさず
Odyssey?
勉強
Ban
してるの。
Maidara. Odyssey. Ban him. You shit talk my wife. And what kind of wife would I be if I didn't learn how to cook?
デリシャスな手料理でスズムを脳殺しちゃうよ。
I'm gonna blow your mind with some delicious home cooking. Yatta!
へえ、それはすごいや。今度ぜひご馳走してほしいな。
Wow, that sounds great. I'd like to try some of that.
任せて。私も男子の舌に合うかどうか試したいと思ってたから。
Just leave it to me. I want to find out what guys like. So you'd be doing me a favor too. So she's using her cousin to have a practice boyfriend. Elfin, you're just in time. We got him. If you clip that, I'm killing you all. Killing No too. This whole enterprise is burning to the ground. Kiko nodded along, her eyes gleaming and smile beaming. It seemed she'd been looking forward to living near a boy her age, what with being in the midst of adolescence and all.
ちなみに隣の201は私の部屋ね。
By the way, I'm in 201, right next door.
壁薄いからね。聞き耳立てて乙女の秘密を聞こうとしたら血祭りに行っちゃうからね。
Aggressive head pat. Also, these walls are thin, so don't even dare eavesdrop or hear any of my little lady secrets. I'll slaughter you. You got it?
しないよ、そんなこと。
Hello, guy with anime profile pic. Welcome. I'd never do that. I mentioned it might be easier to unpack with a box cutter and some scissors. So Kiko left the room, saying she'd go get them. With the bright and cheery Kiko gone, a somewhat chilly stillness filled the room. The place hadn't been renovated, so there were faint traces of the previous owner's existence still lingering about. Oh, look at the walls are all slimy. Replacing that with my presence and making this place my own would be among the great pleasures of living alone. But until then, I'd just have to put up with a bit of discomfort. Huh? And just then, long black hair gently tickled my cheek. No. It was just some falling dust. I looked up at the ceiling and discovered it was pitch black, like someone had painted it with soot. I fell gently like black snow. It fell gently like black snow. When I came to my senses, I found myself in a pitch black cloud filled with that falling snow. I couldn't see a thing. However, I could sense many presences. Oh, we got another schizo scene. At that moment, I thought I could hear a female voice reading out something like a sutra at length. Her voice sounded youthful, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Instead, a giant turquoise object shaped like a spindle, heavy and covered with rust, came into my view. It felt like the voices were coming from within it. Many people were sitting around the object. The lights of many candles flickered about, giving the affair a ritualistic atmosphere. The candlelight danced in the cloud of black soot, illuminating the massive conical mass. I could hear the woman reading, no, praying, singing. Inside of it, I couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is that thing? My eyes were gradually drawn into it. The woman's chants broke into coughs from time to time. My heart wrenched at the sound. I felt like I was going to choke in the cloud of soot as well. Before I knew it, that bizarre object loomed over me like a massive mountain, then swallowed and squashed my consciousness whole. Oh, now the real game starts. Yippee! Story's good so far. Susuda Prefecture High School, Class 2A. My class. Originally, the plan had been for me to transfer here a year ago, back when I was starting high school. But my mother fell ill just before the entrance exam, so I had to stay and help around at home. As a result, I was delayed. She eventually returned from the hospital with a clean bill of health, and so I finally started attending this school 1 year later. At first, I was worried a transfer student like me would attract all sorts of attention and have a hard time. But since there was so many students at this school and I transferred in right at the start of this school year, no one even noticed. That was to be expected. The freshmen had 8 different classes, so there's no way the students would know everyone in their grade. They all probably figured I had been in a different class last year. Just some classmate they hadn't bumped into until now. Hi, Meadow. So no one had any reason to think that I was a transfer student unless I told them. That made things much easier for me. What's more, every day at this school wasn't just easy, it was actually pleasant. As for why? Well, first of all, Kiko was in the same class. She's so fucking cute. Social studies so boring. Sleepy. I like how she uses random English. Sorry, it was distracting. I slept so much that I'm still sleepy. So sleepy. Even though class is over.
ノートちゃんと取ってた？テストに出るって言ってたよ。
Did you take notes? The teacher said it's gonna be on the test.
え、そんなこと言ってた
？Wait, seriously? Yeah.
よかったら僕のノートを写す？
You can copy my notes if you'd like. サンキューだよ。Oh my god, he's a nerd. Whoa, Susumu, your notes.
何？
Huh?
字汚かった？
Is my handwriting that bad? I love this bitch. She's so stupid. They're so girly.
なんでこんなにふわふわに書いてあるわけ？進むの文字丸すぎ、可愛すぎ。
Why is your handwriting so flowery? Look at how bubbly it is. It's too cute.
そうかな。子供みたいな字で恥ずかしいよ。
Really? Honestly, I find it kind of embarrassing. It's like a kid's.
あとイラストいっぱい。吹き出しいっぱい。
Doodles? Oh my god, he's so precious. And there's so many drawings. Oh my god, this one has a speech bubble.
ここはテストに出るよ。ここがポイントだにゃ。
Wait, this is Meadow coded. Meadow, this is you. Sleepy plus Airhead. Yeah, that's her. This'll be on the test, alright? Better meowmerize this part. Meow. I'm a cat. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
何これ？
Oh no, now she's jealous. Seriously, what is this? It's unbelievable. You're more feminine than I am. Compared to mine, Kiko's handwriting is rather dull and simplistic. Her boredom with school was palpable from her notes alone.
進むあんたのノート
She's close. Girl smell. Okay. Suzumu, I need to ask you.
いくら出したら私のノートってことにしてくれる
How much would you be willing to sell these for?
ダメだよ。勉強は自分で書いて覚えなきゃ。
I don't think so. It doesn't count as studying unless you write and memorize it yourself.
勉強はどうでもいいからあんたの女子力少し私に分けなさいよ
This isn't about studying. Teach me your feminine ways.
これ鈴原くんのノートなの
These are Suzuhara's notes?
かわいいわかりやすい
So cute, so easy to understand. These are the random girls in class, by the way. He's got feminine rays. For some reason, the girls had always liked me. Not like I have a clue why. But I had guy friends too, you know.
さすがは鈴原
Ooh, a
相変わ
punk
らず
boy.
グレートな男だね
Great! That's Suzuhara, right? As great a man as always. Yeah!
光と影あらば男と
Take
女
boy notes, girls.
グ
Real.
レートな男になるためには女子力も必要ってわけだな
Just like there's always a light in the darkness, in every great man lies a touch of femininity. That's why we all want to fuck our bros.
それは誤解だよ。
You got it all wrong.
いいや謙遜するな俺はめめしいなんて思ってないぜ
No, don't be so modest. I don't think you're effeminate at all.
お前のグレートな全てを吸収してやる見ろ俺のノート
I've made it my goal to absorb all of your greatness. Behold, my notebook.
うわ
Whoa. Natsu proudly displays his notebook, filled to the brim with drawings. Though it looked like he had more drawings than actual notes. Oh, he's like me for real.
汚い落書きでいっぱい
They're so ugly.
グレート可愛いだろ俺も自分の中に女子力が眠っていたのかと驚いているぜ
They're so great and cute, right? Even I was surprised by the femininity sleeping within me.
かわいいな。これライオン？
He's too precious to be duplicated. Yeah, they're cute, right? What's this? This is a lion, right?
惜しいなそれは猫ちゃんだにゃーん
Close, but it's a cat. Meow.
私には四足獣であることさえわかんないんだけど
I could barely tell it was a four-legged animal.
イラストがいっぱいで楽しいノートになってるね。夏くんはすごいな。
A colorful notebook is a fun notebook. You're amazing, Natsuku.
俺なんかまだまだだぜ必ずスサラの域にグレートゾーンに達してやるぜ
Me? Nah, I've got a ways to go, but I'll reach your greatness grade one day. This was Natsuya Atsuta, my best friend. He's very unique and a funny guy. I don't know why, but he'd taken a liking to me ever since we met at opening ceremony.
ハルミヤも俺に女子力で負けてるようじゃまだまだだな
Leave her alone. Looks like you've got a ways to go too, Harumiya. I'm even more feminine than you.
あんたにだけは言われたくない
You're the last person I want to hear that from.
あのさ、よく二人が僕に女子力って言うけど、女子力って何？
So, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure I'm clear on what you two mean about me being feminine.
説明の必要はねえスサラのグレートな一面の一つに過ぎないぜ
No need to explain. It's just a part of your greatness.
大体ね、スズムは生まれてくる性別を間違
She's so
えてると思う。
cute. Basically, I think you were just born the wrong gender. Burn. Transition now.
私が女子力を身につけるために日々どれだけ花嫁修行してると思ってんの？
Man. And then his cousin just wants to peg him. That's all this is. Why do you know how much I've practiced doing my wifely duties just to get where I am now?
そうだな、日々修行だぜ。俺ももっと可愛いイラストでノートを埋められるよう修行するぜ。
That's right. Practice is everything. I'll train to fill my notebook with even cuter drawings too. Fuck yeah.
あつたくんはちょっと黙ってて。
You shut up, Atsuta.
でも鈴原くんってすごいよね。
But still, Suzuhara's so like amazing.
武道やってるんだって。すっごい
I
強いらしい
believe
よ。
we're reading a visual novel. It's like a horror novel. He practices martial arts, right? I heard he's super strong.
当たり前だろ。あれでなよなよしてたらただのオカマ野郎だぜ。
Of course he is. He's not some delicate little flower.
ススハラのグレートなところは男としての強さを持ちながら女のような繊細さを併せ持つところさ。
Susuharu no great. What makes Susuharu so great is that he's got the strength of a man and the sensitivity of a girl. He wants to fuck his bestie.
確かにすっごい腕力だよね。ずっと鍛えてるそうだし。
It's true. He's got some real arm strength. Apparently he trains all the time.
それだけじゃねえ。あいつの拳を見てみろ。
That's not all. Look at his fists.
あれはかなりグレートな修羅場を食ったところしたぜ。
Those are the fists of a man who's gone through some great battles.
これはそのちょっとささくれちゃっ
Sorry, I
てて
gave him a show
クリームとか売ってるんだけどね。
protag voice. They're just calloused, that's all. I'm using lotion on them though. So femme. My father ran a martial arts dojo. As a result, he had trained me ever since I was little. Said training involved punching trees wrapped in straw and the like, so my hands were pretty roughed up. Though I guess that might have been... Alright, so I guess that might have made me stronger than the average person too. On the first day of school, I'd accidentally made eye contact with Natsuya, and then he challenged me to an arm wrestling match on the spot, and I won. Afterwards, he said that was the first time he'd lost, that I'd caught his eye and so on. He's been fond of me ever since.
俺もススハラの親父さんの道場に通って
Ooh,
鍛え
Seme
直
and
された
Uke
ぜ。
identified. I want to train under Susuhara's old man and get stronger too! Yeah!
グレート夏也に生まれ変わって
He's
悪
definitely a
を拳
chunie.
で打ち砕きて。
Then I'll be reborn as the great Natsuya and smite evil with my bare fists!
うちのは武道とは言っても戦う武道じゃないし。
My family style is a kind of martial arts. It's not really meant for fighting.
そうだよな。武道は戦うためのものじゃねえ。守るためのものだもんな。
That's right, martial arts aren't meant for fighting, they're for defending.
それでこそススハラ、やっぱりグレートな男だぜ。
Great! He's the new Tony the Tiger in my eyes. Natsuya Tony. I knew I saw something in you, Suzuhara. You really are a great man.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
見てなさいよスズム。次の授業はめっちゃキュートなノートを取って私の女子力を証明してやるんだから。
Just you watch, Suzumu. I'll make a super cute notes next class, and then I'll show you just how feminine I am. Whoopsie!
あら、可愛いイラストがいっぱいのノートね。
Oh, is that the teacher? She's so cute. Ara. Oh my, look at these cute little drawings. Whose notebook is this? That's my teacher
雛形
voice,
先生
okay.
が次補体だぜ。
Oh, Miss Hinagata, health class is next.
雛形先生、これ見てくださ 君のノート。
Miss Hinagana, it's Suzuhara's notebook. Just look at it.
男子の文才でこんな可愛いノートが取れるなんて
I
裏
can't
山許
believe,
せません。
I can't believe a boy can take such cute notes. I'm so jealous.
そんなに可愛く書いてるつもりはないんだけどな。
Seriously, I'm not trying to make them cute or anything.
すすはらくんはお勉強楽しんでるから、それがこういう形で現れるのね。
Suzuhara loves to study, and this is just how he shows it.
勉強も人生も何も塗ってない食パンと同じなの。
What does that mean? Studying and life are both just like white bread.
そのまま食べても味気ないのは当然。そうでしょ？
If you don't add anything to it, it'll always be bland, right?
確かにあのクソつまらねえ社会の授業はそのままじゃ干からびた食パンも同然。
It's very upbeat considering so far. I get it. So what would make boring ass social studies stale bread, wouldn't it?
その授業にこの可愛い
Eat
イ
that
ラストで彩りを添えたと。
So that's why he adds all these cute drawings for that class?
そうしたらもっと社会の授業好きになれるかなって思って。
I figured I'd enjoy social studies better if I did.
味気ない日常に潤いを与えるのもまた素敵な女子力だと思うわよ。
Get toast.
私も身につけたいわね。
Adding a little spice to one's boring day-to-day life takes a real feminine touch if you ask me. Now if only I could do the same.
私も頑張って身につけます。
I'm gonna learn my best how to do it too. These women are jealous of his femininity.
やっ
So
ぱり
funny.
グレートだぜ。
That's how I feel about Meadow. Woohoo! That's our Suzuhara! He's truly great!
そんなに
He said
みんなに褒められる
great
ことを
again.
したつもりはないんだけどな。
I wasn't drawing these trying to impress anyone though.
そういう気持ちで描いたから素敵なのよ。
That's precisely what makes them so charming.
もしこれが可愛さアピールで狙って描いてたら、すすはらくんはとんだ腹黒作詞ね。
If you're trying to use them to pick up girls or something, you'd be one heck of a schemer.
作詞やっぱりこれも計算なのか。やっぱりススハラはグレートだぜ。
A schemer? So picking up girls was in your plans too? Suzuhara, you truly are great!
よくわかんないけど褒めてくれて嬉しいな。
I don't really get what's so great, but thanks for the compliment.
あんまり褒めてる部類には入んないと思う。
I wouldn't take that as a compliment.
ほら、チャームよ。みんな着席して。
There's the bell. Okay, take your seats, everyone.
次は先生の楽しい保健体育の時間よ。
Next on the agenda is my super duper fun health class.
雛形先生の授業は楽しいから好きだな。
I like Miss Hinagata's class. They're always
先
interesting.
生は男子に人気あるからね。みんなあの大きい胸が気になるんでしょう。
She sure is popular with the boys, huh? They must like her for her big boobs.
当たり前だぜ。あの中には男の夢とロマンが8切れんばかりに詰まってるんだぜ。
Of course! Tits are full of a man's hopes and dreams!
残念でした。正解は脂肪と乳腺です。
Wrong! The correct answer is it's fat and mammary glands.
さすがキコちゃ
She's
ん。
flat and she's mad about
し
it.
てるな。
Nice, Kiko. You really are studying. Suzumu couldn't be happier with his school life. He'd integrated perfectly into class, and each day was just as satisfying as the last. It wasn't just Suzumu either. Everyone in the class was happy. They were basking in the glory of their adolescent days. Suzumu's classmates all took their seats as just as reluctantly ended their conversation. Everyone bowed as commanded to the class representative, and once lively classroom fell silent yet again. The silence was abruptly broken by the sound of the rear door opening, attracting all the attention of the entire class. Cute girl, cute girl, cute girl, cute girl alarm. Wee 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 wee. She's got eye bags. She's got eye bags and a dolly. Oh, I love her. 2A was a class where anyone could enjoy themselves. Everyone there felt that way. But there was one person they all avoided. That someone was her.
黒髪さん、着席なさいな。
Kurikami, take your seat, okay?
何？
What is it? Go. She's like an actual ghost. What the fuck? She can barely speak. I see. Take your seat. We're on page 38. Miss Hinagata smiled as she responded, but it wasn't like they were carrying on a conversation. Indeed, it was more like she was a mother responding to an infant's babble. Oh, she's so cute. Holy shit. Smash. Wait. Smash. Wait, no. Wood. This girl's name was Toe Kurokami. That just means black hair. What a lazy name. Kurokami? They named her Kurokami. Oof. The only way to describe her would be a wonder. She staggered into the seat in the back of the class next to the window like a ghost. As she did, the rest of the class averted their eyes or pretended they didn't notice her. None of them budged in the slightest until they heard her take her seat. It bears repeating, but the only way to describe her would be a wonder. Her little bows. She's got little hair bows. She always carried a Japanese doll with her, autism, and would never let it go even for a second, autism. There were whispers that it must be autism, a cursed doll whose hair grew longer when they weren't paying attention. That said, there wasn't anything wondrous about it. It was just an eerie doll, autism. Many wondered if she was even allowed to bring it to school. Yet, no one said a word about it. What's more, Toei never let go of this doll, not even during class. Yet no one said a word about it. Even though she never held a pencil or opened a single textbook. Even at that very moment, she just kept on holding the doll as she stared off into space. She's like me. Autism. She's got the 1,000-yard stare. Autism. Miss Hinagata didn't even try to reprimand her. Untouchable autism. That went for the other teachers too. No matter what subject they were teaching, none of them told her to put it away. Far from it. They said nothing, even when she would suddenly rise to her feet and leave the classroom. She'd even done so that very day, staggering out of the classroom at the very beginning of social studies. So she just left and came back, yet the social studies teacher didn't reprimand her, merely asked if she was going to the infirmary again. Her head was in the clouds regardless of the subject. There was no way the school could allow that. And yet, the whole school allowed Toei Kurokami. Her classmates would wonder if she was a ghost, or if the teachers couldn't see her. The very notion was just ridiculous, of course, but no one laughed. For they understood that she had an ominous presence they'd do her best to just not get involved with. despite that level 3 autism, the class was getting used to her existence and strange habits. April was almost at its end, and the whole class had already mostly stopped paying attention to her autism.
黒髪さんって不思議な人だね。
Kurakami sure is strange, huh?
あの子はそっとしてあげて。
Just leave her alone.
黒髪がスス校の入試で合格点を出せたなんてちょっと信じがたいぜ。
I find it hard to believe she even passed the entrance exam. Blah, 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 blah. Forget passing. No one can even imagine her holding a pencil. Natsuya's comment was on point, though. It confounded the mind to envision how she had been allowed to even join this school in the first place.
黒髪家ってこの辺りでは有名な大金持ちだからね。
It's because the Kurakamis are rich, right?
グレートマネーパワーで裏口ってわけかもな。
Great money power! Maybe they used their great money power to get her through the back channels or something. That was so funny. Great money power!
そんなことを言っちゃ悪いよ。
You shouldn't say that. But everyone thought so. No one believed she had been accepted through the proper channels. The more one thought about her, the more of a mystery she became.
1年の時からずっと黒髪さんはこんな感じなんだって。
She was like that all last year, too.
人形を抱いたまま授業も受けずにぼんやりして。
All she ever did was hold that doll and ignore classes.
それじゃあテストとか補習とか大変じゃないかな。
Wouldn't she have trouble with tests and makeup lessons then?
何もかも特例らしいぜ。
Guess there's exceptions for all autism.
補習にも出なくていいし、そもそもテストの順位表に名前も出ねえらしい。
She never shows up for her makeup lessons, and her name doesn't even show up on the test ranking scores, I hear.
私の聞いた子もそう言ってた。学校側からその存在を無視されてるって。
Yeah, same. I also hear the school just ignores her altogether. Hi, Sako. We're playing a spooky game. Indeed, they were ignoring her even now. The teachers should have been able to see her from where she stood. Yet she continued with the lesson like nothing was wrong. That was very mysterious and, depending on one's mindset, eerie? He didn't exactly have much in common with her, so Suzumu hadn't really paid attention or any mind to her so far. Every school has its own troublemakers and quirky students. The types everyone ignores because it would be a pain to get involved with them. Toei was certainly occupying that role. That had been his only evaluation of her. But the more he thought now, the more conscious of her he became. Suzumu had never felt this way before. It was bizarre. She's so cute. That would. Smash. Smash. Making sure the teacher wasn't watching, he looked back at Toei. She was staring blankly at the ceiling. Autism. She didn't so much glance at him. Yet for some reason, Suzumu's gaze was drawn to her. It wasn't exactly love at first sight. But deep down, Suzumu felt an unrest that was similar, yet completely removed from it. It was anxiety, or a sense of responsibility? The sense of duty that said he needed to do something, perhaps? Not even Suzumu understood the strange feelings now rolling within him. He can save her, he can fix her. White Knight Suzumu unlocked. Toei Kurokami. Just what was it about her?
ポツンと浮いててかわいそうだから声をかけようかなとか考えてる？
You look like you pity her. Are you thinking of talking to her?
いや、
No.
私はよした方がいいと思うよ。この子
I'd
いい
stop.
噂を聞かないし。
I'd stop if I were you. I've heard some crazy rumors about her. I'm whispering because they're talking while class is happening.
目が合うと呪われるらしいぜ。
They said you'll get cursed if you make eye contact with her.
そんなことあるわけないよ。
That can't be true.
彼女のことを不憫に思って声をかけた女の子もいたって去年の話だけど。
I heard there was a girl last year who felt bad for her. Tried talking to her.
その話俺も聞いたぜ。
Whoa, I heard that one too! Shh, Natsuya, you're so loud.
それで、その女の子はどうしたの？
So what happened to her?
なんか精神を病んで最後には不登校になっちゃったらしいよ。
Apparently she went insane and stopped coming to school altogether.
悪霊に取り憑かれたとかで親と一緒にお祓いまでしたとかなんとか。
They said she got possessed by an evil spirit and had to get exorcised.
僕は信じないな。
I don't believe that. Tsubakiku and Natsuya's eyes widened.
確かに彼女には少し近寄りがたい雰囲気があるよね。
I admit she does seem difficult to approach.
周りの人がちょっぴり不吉な印象を持ったとしても不思議はない。
It's no surprise the others became a bit superstitious.
でもだからって面白半分に広まったに違いないそんな噂話を真に受けるわけにはいかないな。
But you can't take rumors that seriously.
ちょっとびっくり。
I'm a bit surprised.
案外進むって芯が強いんだね。
You're a lot braver than I thought, cousin who I want to fuck.
僕は人を見かけや噂話で評価しちゃいけないってずっと言われて育ってきた。
My parents taught me to never judge a book by its cover.
僕だって僕のことをよく知りもしない人に外見や噂なんかで勝手に判断されたくない。
And I don't want to jump to conclusions about the people I barely know based on nothing but appearances and rumors.
小学校の頃は顔が女みたいだって言ってよくからかわれたんだ。
He's been girly his whole life. When I was in grade school, people used to make fun of me for having an effeminate face.
体がなよなよしていて男らしくないんだろうって一方的に
Oh,
言
her
われて
expression changed to pity.
すごい嫌だった。
I hated how they kept saying I was weak and unmanly.
それに関しては俺も返す言葉がね。
Man, way to put that guy on the spot. Natsuya also had been convinced Suzumu was a weakling when he first met him. Whoops. Keep hitting my scroll button. He challenged him to that arm wrestling match as a prank, only for his opinion to be directed 180 after that boy soundly defeated him. Oh, I got a text. I'm so sorry. The child messaged me. I must reply. Now realizing why Suzumu had taken up martial arts, Tsubakiko felt a little ashamed of herself.
周りの扱いが人を作ることもあると思うんだ。
I think the way that you're treated influences the person you become.
あの子だってひょっとしたら周りの扱いのせいでああいう振る舞いになってしまっただけかもしれない。
For all we know, she just acts like that because of how others treat her.
なるほどな。
I see.
話しかけたら意外にいい人かもしれないよ。
Maybe it'll turn out she's actually a good person once you get to talk to her. Even though it looked like they understood, it didn't seem like they wanted to talk to Toei Kurakami either way. Apparently, it wouldn't be easy for them to erase the sinister impression of her they'd built up in their minds.
なんだかそれが転校生の僕の使命のように思えてきたよ。
I don't know why, but it feels like it's my duty as a transfer student.
使命またグレートなことを言い出すぜ。
He did the thing! He did the thing! Duty? Man, another great thing to say. Greato! I don't know what happened last year, but that might be exactly why I need to be the one to talk to her. A flame had been lit within Suzumu. It was telling him to go talk to her. Perhaps there was something she needed as well?
では次のページを誰に読んでもらおうかし
Great!
ら。
I love this motherfucker. He's so cool.
秋田くん。
Okay, now who shall read the next page? Atsuta?
あ、はい。えっと。
すずむは偉いね。
Quit flirting with me, we're cousins. You amaze me, Suzumu.
人の評価に惑わされず、自分で確かめたいって気持ち、すごく尊敬できるよ。
It's really admirable that you'd rather get to know someone instead of just believing in rumors.
当たり前のことだと思うけどな。
I think it's only natural.
でもね、すずむ。愚者は経験に学ぶって言葉、知ってる？
But haven't you ever heard the phrase, fools learn from experience?
知らない。何それ？
No, what's that?
私もどこの偉人が言った言葉かは知らないけど、でもネットで見たことがあるの。
I don't know who said it, I just saw it on the internet. Oh, that's how you know it's real.
愚者は経験に学び、賢者は歴史に学ぶ。
Fools learn from experience, the wise learn from history. I never heard that before, but I could guess what it meant.
10階建てのビルの屋上から飛び降りれば死ぬ。誰でも知ってるよ。
If you jumped from the top of a 10-story building, you'd die. Everyone knows that.
でもスズムはそれを自分で体験しない限り信じないって言ってる。
But what you're saying is, you wouldn't believe that unless you tried it for yourself.
危険を避けるために人々の累積した知識、歴史に耳を傾けるべき時
Bitch
も
got some nerve.
あるんじゃないかな。
I think there are some times where we need to turn to mankind's collective wisdom to avoid getting hurt.
そんな大げさな話じゃないよ。
It isn't that big of a deal.
黒髪さんに話しかけたら僕が死んじゃうなんてあるわけがない。
It's not gonna kill me just to talk to her. Famous last words.
それはそうだけど、
That's true.
でもみんなが彼女を敬遠し、薄気味悪く思い、遠ざける。
But everybody avoids her because they find her creepy.
その蓄積された歴史を無視して我が身で確かめようとするスズムは、
You want to ignore everyone else's experience and see what she's like for yourself.
ひょっとしたらとんでもなく
I'm gonna read that out loud because I don't know how to set up the text thingy. I haven't bothered. Yeah, talking to a girl is the equivalent to jumping off a building. I agree. Me too, me too. So jump. But don't you think
命知らずかもしれないよ。
you might be putting yourself in danger? It hadn't been long since I reunited with Kiko, but I'd never seen her look so serious. It was a shockingly stern expression on her face, like a face a mother makes when scolding her child for trying to run out into the street when the light was red.
私の第六感的なものがささやくの。
I can feel it in my bones.
スズムは黒髪さんとは関わらない方がいいと思う。
I don't think you should get mixed up with Kurokami.
キコちゃん。
Kiko.
私止めたからね。
I warned you, okay? He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. I'm gonna make friends with the autistic girl. This is rather sudden. My name's Yuto Akagawa. Ooh, another character change? Who's this? Not that you have to remember it. Everyone only calls me by my nickname. What sort of nickname is that? Pff, Fatty Gawa. If you asked the rest of the class about me, they'd say I was everyone's favorite laughingstock, the kind of person everyone makes fun of. You see those on variety shows all the time, right? Where the comedians get put through a bizarre punishment and everyone laughs at them. Well, that was me. Am I a school shooter now? I was always the butt of the jokes. That day, it was no different. A comedian got stripped down to his underwear and had embarrassing things written all over him with felt markers. The people on the TV all had a good laugh. The viewers probably did the same. But I never laughed. I just felt sympathy for the comedian, seeing them like that. No, not sympathy, fear. Because I knew that would be me tomorrow. Don't come to school tomorrow, you're pretty cool.
Oi, Dev. Aka Dev. しりとりやろうぜ、しりとり。
Nice. Hey, Fatty Gawa, let's play World
俺
Chain.
たち友達だろ。なあ、遊ぼうぜ。
We're friends, right? So come on, let's play. When lunch break came around, a bunch of crass guys would always force me to play with them. But by no means am I popular. And though they called it playing, I was the only one getting played with.
じゃあ俺から行くぞ。デブのブからな。ブルー。
Then I'll start. I'll go with the effing fatty. Flame!
ほら、ルだよ、ル。早くしろよ、デブ。
Alright, now it's time for E. Come on, fatty.
5、4、3、2、1、0。はい、デブの負け。
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Fatty loses. They were just looking for an excuse to put me through humiliating punishments for losing. It would go on till I lost. And recently they've been coming up with unfair reasons to knock me out right off the bat. If I didn't play along or if I showed any displeasure, they'd get really violent. And all I could do was force a smile and take it. Better to be their plaything than their punching bag. Yeah, this was better.
おい、デブ。服脱げ、服。ほら、早くしろよ。
Hey, fatty strip. Come on, hurry up. See what I mean? I'd already resigned myself to this last night, so I was calm about it. They all tugged at my clothes, trying to force them off. It'd be a pain if I fought back only to lose a button, so I just gave an embarrassed smile and stripped myself. Once I was reduced to my briefs and my shoes, they brought out a marker out of nowhere. Called it. But it was an oil-based one. Getting this off wouldn't be easy.
大丈夫だよ。風呂入れば落ちるって。
Relax, it'll come off once you take a bath.
うわ、お前、汗ベトベトじゃん。ペン先滑るよ。きたね。
Oh, savage. Ew, you're covered in sweat, fatty gawa. The marker's slipping. Fucking gross. I had to add a little spice because the bullies weren't bullying enough. They wrote all sorts of nasty comments on my stomach, my back, my thighs, even on my underwear. And then they cackled. Just like the people on TV. But here, no comedic music played to soften the blow. My parents didn't care about me figures, given I was a wimp who'd been bullied my whole life. If they knew I was getting bullied, they'd just hit me and yell at me for being such a pushover. So I just put up with it, throw away my underwear and wash off all the writing in the bath so they wouldn't find out. But this trend just kept on going, and the crude comments on my body would escalate every day after day. Worse, it was nearly impossible to wash the writing off from an oil-based marker. Water just doesn't cut it. You need to take a nylon towel and scrub your skin really hard. As a result of doing this every day, my skin has gotten raw. It's so painful. It stung whenever I put hot water. That pain would serve as a constant reminder of how my body had been reduced to a sketchbook for those bullies. Huh? All of a sudden, the lights went out. It was pitch black. Oddly enough, my thoughts grounded to a halt too. It's as if time had stopped in the darkness. No point in getting all worked up about it. My parents would surely take care of it. Of course, if I made a scene, they would scold me for being a wimp who couldn't take care of himself. But just then, the shower stopped. Oh. Okay, people came home, but I'm still gonna keep going. They said they'd be quiet. It really did feel like time had stopped. What in the world was going on? All I could hear was the labored breathing coming out of my nose. It scared me, like there was a terrifying demon nearby. I don't want to stop yet. It's getting cool, okay? They're gonna just have to deal with me being embarrassing. Fear not, boy. I heard a spine-tingling voice from the depths of hell at my back. It came from within the bathroom, right behind me. The words lingered and echoed off the walls. Poor creature, ridiculed day after day. I came here because I felt sorry for you.
僕を助けてくれるの?
Can you help me? Tell me, what is it you want?
もうこんな目に遭いたくないんだ.
I don't want to go through this ever again. I couldn't stand the humiliation any longer. Very well, but in exchange, I want you to grant my wish.
俺の願い.
What wish?
お前の願いに等しいだけの不幸を俺に捧げろ.
I feed off of man's misery. Offer unto me misery befitting of your wish.
そう難しいことじゃない.
Worry not, a mere trifle it is. Normally I could never give that ominous presence what it desired. But not only had it been yet another day of getting covered in embarrassing scribbles, some girls saw me and they laughed this time. That bitterness urged me on. The elementary schooler was humming as he walked down the road, clearly in a high spirit.
Am I gonna kill a kid?
The streets are desolate, no one was watching. If I was going to do it, then this is my chance. I approached him from behind, aimed for the back of his head, and thwack. I ran for the hills. The boy's cries chased me like a specter, but I ignored them and I dashed away. There, I did it. That boy was hit by a complete stranger out of nowhere. By bringing about that misery, I had given the thing what it wanted. I felt a little guilty, but that was outweighed by my overwhelming sense of triumph. And besides, it looked like that boy was coming back from school in a good mood. Fuck that kid. If he was that happy, it was only fair he shared some of it with me. So there's no need for me to feel bad, right? Happy now. I kept my end of the bargain. I could hear the thing laughing in the distance. That night I waited in the bath for it to show up again. But it didn't. It didn't. I kept washing my body, and then I waited for the lights to go out again. But they didn't. They didn't. My body stung. It was itchy. Even after I went to bed and turned out the lights, my chest and back just kept aching. The next day I checked my stomach to find it was swelling, all reddish and purple. But if I told my parents and it came out that I'd been getting bullied, they'd scold me. It was okay. It'd go away if I just left it alone, yeah. This poor kid. His schizo delusion didn't come back to save him, no. It kept throbbing during class. I couldn't even concentrate. All right, time's up. Come on, show us that belly. You do know how to bathe, don't you? It still has some left over on your back from yesterday. I was in for yet another scribbling punishment during my lunch break. But this time the aching in my chest and back was more painful. The swelling there was chafing against my shirt. So having these guys take off my clothes and touch me would actually feel better. In fact, I just wanted to take my clothes off myself. It's itchy. I'm so itchy. It was too itchy. Itchy. And when I took off my shirt, the swelling finally stopped itching. My chest and my back writhed with pleasure like worms after the rain. There were several purplish black swollen blobs pulsating on them, rejoicing in the fresh air. To me, they looked like one of those face assembly puzzles. Eyes, nose, mouth, those scattered parts protruding from my chest from the blobs, and they trembled. A cloudy, stingy secretion similar to phlegm gushed out of them. The demon had certainly kept its promise. After all, the looks of horror on those bullies' face made it clear they wouldn't even think about touching me now. I'd wish to never go through something like that again, and the thing granted it. Seeing the bullies fall comically onto their backsides in terror felt a bit liberating even. I was sure their days of bullying me were at an end. Then all of a sudden they kicked me to the ground. They kicked the eyes, the nose, the mouths of the blobs on my chest and back over and over, crushing them into paste. The blobs would gush that snot-like secretion with each kick sticking like strings to their shoes. As for me, well, I felt no pain. Far from it, I felt on top of the world for giving them the fright of their lives. Eventually, they kicked me so much that my whole body was swollen purple and became a blob itself. And so they continued to stomp me, crushing me as flat as I continued to spew that gooey secretion. In the end, I was reduced to nothing more than reddish-black puddle, like blood mixed with mucus, and then I faded away. Thus they would never bully me again. However, I wish I'd been more specific with my wish. Like, I wish for everyone who bullies me to die, or something. But if I had, I don't think hitting a kid in the back of the head would have been enough to satisfy that demon. However, I made another wish. Kill them all. The demon's wish in exchange for what's surprisingly cheap. All I had to do was offer it the life of a single student. Any student. But that was impossible. I no longer had a body. I couldn't just kill someone, much less touch them. Hey, after hearing all this, you probably feel bad for me, right? Sympathize with poor old me and take my place. Sacrifice someone. Just one person is fine, okay? Come on. Please. Sacrifice someone for me. Come on. Come on, please. Please. A giant lump of meat beyond any possible description writhed in the darkness. It had no arms, no legs, or even a head. Just a blob of flesh. Eyeballs, noses, mouths poked out from all over, spewing forth gooey phlegm from time to time. It was creeping closer, and closer, and closer, and closer. And then red eyes flashed in the darkness. And it wasn't just two of them. Countless pairs of red eyes encircled the blob. They were small Japanese dolls. Endless numbers of the exact same doll clamored about. The blob found itself surrounded on all sides. Being dolls, they were completely expressionless. However, they clattered as though clamoring all over the blob, one after the other. By this point, the blob was nothing more than a piece of candy tossed into a swarm of ants. It could no longer see anything past the oncoming insertion of the doll. It howled as it squirted the several strands of phlegm like a water gun. The blob was clearly screaming in its death throes. But much like the piece of candy amidst the swarm of ants, the dolls showed the blob no mercy and devoured it whole. With howls and the occasional sound of spewing phlegm, the blob faded into the darkness. Yippee! The doll sitting at Toei's side appeared to shake for a moment.
その人形マジでさ薄気味悪いんだけど
Ugh, that doll gives me the goddamn creeps for real.
大切な人形だからそっとしておけか
You sure treasure that thing, huh?
うるさく言われてなかったら、そんな気味悪い人形、速攻ゴミ箱なのによ。
I'd throw it into the trash if I wasn't told to leave the damn thing alone. I like the sound she makes. Autistic whining. It's so cute. There was a wet sound followed by the sweet scent of saliva. Toei's lips shone sensually as a thin silver string trailed from them. I love drool. And once more she put the boy's toes right in her moist mouth. What? What?
頭さえイかれてなきゃよ。結構いい女なのによ。
Is he sexually torturing her? You know, you'd be a real fine piece of ass if you were in such a fucking nut job. Heard that one before. Is she sucking his toes? What is happening? What is... I'm scared to click it. What if it's her sucking toes? I will cry. This game is going so good. If it's her sucking on toes, I'm gonna fucking cry. What does she mean while she popped another toe in her mouth? What does that mean? I'm scared. This is the first time I've been scared. Oh my god. I didn't say stop. Keep going, you dumb shit. Am I being dominated right now? Awooga. Oh shit, he kicked me. The boy kicked Toei in the chest with his bare foot. He's making me suck his toes, Chad. I hate this. There better not be a... Oh, if there's a fucking... Oh. Do not... Like a dog, she groveled before him yet again. Blech. She stared, sucking on his toes once more, like a baby would its mother's breast. The school's bike lot was empty except right before and after school, so it had become a gathering spot for the delinquents. Thus, delinquent groups would often meet up here during lunch break and the like. About 10 of them were here at this moment. They would curse, spit, tell each other all sorts of crude stories with deplorable smiles on their faces. A ways apart from them was their leader, Sho Kamen Numa, getting his toes sucked by Toei Kurikami. Ooh! Ah! Why though? Oh, I loved her and now she's a foot goblin? No! What the fuck? I should have vetted this game better.
翔さんって性癖変わってますよね。
You got some raw taste there, Sho.
ほんとほんと。足より舐めさせるとこがあるでしょうに。
Yeah, no kidding. There's better places she could be sucking.
俺はよ、そういうのはきちんとしてるわけ。そういうのは結婚するまでお預けするたちなわけよ。
Relax, I know what I'm doing. I'm saving that for after we're married.
つうかさ、それで先行来た時、焦ってチャックで挟んだら笑えねえじゃん。
Wait, I have a toggle for this. What the fuck? What the fuck? Toggle broken by my cat thingy. Oh no, my cat thingy broke it. Okay. We will what the fuck. Besides, wouldn't do no good if a teacher came by and I got caught with my fly trying to hide it now, would I? That was rhymed. I would have laughed too. Ow.
Howぶつけんなっつっただろ。
Told you to watch your fucking teeth. You can hear something in the voice actress's mouth too. Holy shit. Ole. Ole shit, chat. Ole shit. Yeah, I'm so stressed out. What if there's porn in this? Nice. Hopefully there's no feet involved. I'd rather fuck those pus-filled pustule lumpy bumps that the fat kid had. It seems Sho had gotten the area under his toenail stuck in Toei's tooth while he was convulsing with laughter. Okay, take two. It seems Sho had gotten the area under his toenail stuck in Toei's tooth. I can't fucking do. It seems Sho had gotten the area under his toenail stuck in Toei's tooth while he was convulsing in laughter. Okay, that's just how it's gonna be. Oh shit, he kicked me again. He suddenly roared angrily and kicked her away with his free left foot. Wait, then how did he stand? So he used her face to stand with his right foot being sucked on? Logistically, this made no. It's the same person who did Corpse Party. If you're wondering who wrote this is by the creators of Corpse Party. The autistic girl is sucking some bully's toe. Her name is Toe, by the way. This is funny on so many levels. Her name is Toei. Toei loves toes. There's so much meme potential in that. Toei's slender body fell right over. Sho must have shown no mercy. Autistic sound. However, it seems she didn't even understand the cruelty inflicted upon her. It's because she's autistic. For she groveled before Sho's foot yet again and started to try to suck his toes. Her expression didn't even change once. But Sho, fed up by this point, placed his foot on Toei's face and kicked her down again.
Yamenayo.
Our girly boy White Knight, let's go. Toes sucks toes, let's goes, let's goes. Stop it. What the fuck?
乱暴は良くないと思うよ。
Violence is wrong, you know.
なんだてめえ。
The fuck you say? Who the hell are you?
2の A のすす払ってやろっす。
That's the punk Susahara from 2A. The delinquents considered this place their stronghold, their sanctuary. They hated it when outsiders stepped on their turf. So they frowned, rose to their feet, and glared at Suzumu.
黒髪さん、嫌なことなら嫌だってちゃんと言わなきゃ。
Kurakami, if you don't want to do this, you just need to say so.
それが言いづらいようなら、僕が先生に相談するよ。
If you're not in a position to speak for yourself, I'll tell the teachers for you.
ああ？ちくりかよ。上等じゃねえかこれ。
The hell? So you're a snitch? You got some serious balls on you there.
お前チクった後どうなるか分かってんのか？あ？
You got any idea what we're gonna do to you once you rat us out, huh?
おとなしくチャリに空気入れて帰れや、ボケ。
Just pump your tires and beat it, dumbass. Suzumu had brought a tire pump he borrowed from the superintendent's room. He'd come because his tires were low on air. Come to think of it, Kiko did tell him she wouldn't recommend doing it during lunch, didn't she? Now I see why. She was implying that this place was the den of delinquents. Real and true, chat. Real and true. Suzumu was tense in his own right, but it didn't look that way. And that pissed the delinquents off.
あのよ、なんか勘違いしてるみてえだけどさ。
Look, buddy, you got it all wrong.
トエはさ、俺にいじめられて、いやいややってるわけじゃねえわけ。
Toei isn't doing this because I'm forcing her or some shit.
なあ、トエ。
Ain't that right, Toei? Autism noise. Toei staggered to her feet and stared blankly at Suzumu. No, she wrapped her arms around Sho and clung to him with all she had. But her expression remained the same even then.
こいつはさ、俺の女なわけ。
This chick's my girl, you see.
自分の女に乱暴をするなんて思えないよ。
Doesn't seem like the kind of person you should be kicking then.
気を許し合ってるからこそってわけよ。お前何様？
I just got a little carried away is all. Who the hell do you think you are?
俺とトエがどういう関係か何も知らないなら引っ込ん
It's
でる
probably
な。
some of those, you know, this is like small city Japan. It's probably one of those like business arranged marriage type things, you know? Like they've been promised to each other since they were toddlers or some shit. I'm calling it. She doesn't want this. She's just autistic, so she doesn't know any better. She's a level 3 autism wizard. You don't think what's going on between us. You don't know what's going on between us, so fuck off.
女の子を蹴り飛ばしてもいい関係なんて僕には思いつかないよ。
I can't imagine what could be going on between you that would make that okay.
おい、あんまふかしてっと死なすぞこら。
Hey, enough with the bullshit or your ass is dead. One of the delinquents stepped forward and grabbed Suzumu by the collar. But Suzumu simply grabbed his arm unfazed.
あ
The fuck? I'm not doing that.
おい、大丈夫かよ。
Hey, are you okay?
痛えよ痛えよすっげえバカ力だよこいつ。あー痛え。
How? He's strong as hell. It was at that point the delinquents noticed Suzumu's unassumingly rugged fist. The lack of fear he showed when faced with their numbers made it easy to imagine he was trained in a martial art. They glared furiously at Suzumu but didn't try to grab him again. Just then the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch break.
A 組のススハラとか言ったか。てめえのことは覚えておくからな。
Susuhara from Class A, right? Don't think I'll forget you anytime soon. Autism noise.
さっきの乱暴を黒髪さんに謝らない限り。
The game. Oh, come on. That was like 10 minutes of involuntary toe sucking. And they didn't even show it, which I'm fine with. Maybe I'm just a little dramatic, but I'm a girl. What's your excuse? I ain't here to yuck nobody's yum. I just think it's gross. You do you, man. Foot fetishes are welcome. To stay quiet about it. Until you apologize to Kurakami for what you did.
僕も君のことは忘れないから。
I won't forget you either.
ああ、なめてんのかてめえ、この場で知るか。ああ。
The fuck? Are you making fun of me? Do you want to fucking die right now, huh? He hadn't imagined Suzumu would actually talk back. Surging with white-hot rage, Sho pulled a metal bat out of a nearby bike's umbrella stand.
何やっとんじゃ
The fuck are you doing? Whoa! She sounded pretty intense there. I haven't heard her swear yet. She swears. I love protective, aloof, sleepy, airhead wife. Practicing wife. Very dedicated to her wife practice. Suzumu finally looked surprised when he realized that shout had come from Subakiko?
バキコかよ。てめえの出る幕じゃねえだろ。
Bakiko? Pfft. This isn't your fight.
スズムは私のダチなわけ。
Her voice is so different. Suzumu is one of mine.
血祭りにされてえかこら。捨て頃もできねえ玉なし野郎が。
You wanna get slaughtered, bitch? You can't even fight fair. Why don't you grow a pair, you fucking pussy?
すぐすはクソはこの場でぶっ殺されるかこら。
You're fucking dead, bitch. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
翔ちゃん、まずいって。落ち着けって。
Sho, don't do it. Calm
面
down.
倒を起こしたら先輩になんて言われるか。
What'll the upperclassmen say if we cause a scene? Fuck.
命拾いしたな、スサラ。マジで覚えてろ。
You'll live this time, Susuhara. But don't think this is over.
約束するよ。
Song fire. It feels like a cinematic in a Tekken game. Nami? It's pretty fire. Dance break. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Why is nobody dancing? Pretty good though. I won't. You can count on that. Goodbye. Sho left in a huff as the other delinquents tried to calm him down. Toei staggered on after them.
黒髪さん、
Kurokami? But before Suzumu could ask if she was okay, Toei pushed him away. Huh? Autism noise. For the first time, the two looked at each other in the eye. Oh my god, I also cry when people give me eye contact. She's me. Though Toei's face was blank, her eyes were brimming with emotion, with tears and rejection. Why? Late. Huh? Her tears streaked downward and fell onto the ground. Toei pushed Suzumu away again and then left. Suzumu watched her leave as he reflected on her parting words. Why? You're too late. She said that. I know she said that.
さすがグレイトな男だぜ、セサハラ。
That was great. Suzuhara strikes again.
あれだけの人数相手にビビりもしねえなんてな。さすがは俺が認めたグレイトセサハラだぜ。
All those punks stared you down and you didn't even flinch. You really are a great man I took you for.
達田くん、一緒に来たのに隠れてたでしょ。情けないな。
You're a real wimp, Atsusa. You hid the whole time.
そんなのじゃ彼女できた時愛想をつかされちゃうよ。
If I was your girlfriend, I'd dump you on the spot.
俺はまだ修行中の身だからな。女なんてまだまだ早えぜ。
Well, I'm still training. I'm not ready for a girlfriend just yet.
ありがとうキコちゃん。助けてくれて。
Thank you, Kiko. You saved me.
ああいうバカを挑発するのはノンノンだよ。
Just don't go picking fights with those idiots, okay?
だから私、昼休みに駐輪場はやめた方がいいよって言ったのに。
This is why I warned you not to go to the bike lot during lunch.
ごめんね。昼休みがもったいないからって意味だと思ってたよ。
Sorry, I thought you meant it'd be a waste of my time.
それにしても、キコちゃんもかっこよかったよ。
But anyway, you were really cool back there, Kiko.
そうそう、グレイトな単価だったぜ。そうか、スサラは知らねえのか。
Yeah, those were some great fighting words, alright. So you don't know, do you, Susuhara?
何しろハルミヤは中学の頃は。
You see, back in middle school, Harumiya...
昼休みは終わったよ。早く戻ってレッツ5次元目をスタディしないとね。
Does she have a what are they called? Sukeban? Like the delinquent female. She's a Sukeban. She's a middle school Sukeban. That's so cute. I did not see that coming. Okay, lunch is over. We need to hurry back for 5th period and study.
ナツくん、どうしたの？具合悪いの？
Natsuka? Natsu? Are you okay? What's wrong? Do you feel sick?
さあねえ、座りじゃないの？私が肩を貸すから、鈴間は早く教室に行って。
Who knows? Maybe it's morning sickness. Ooh, he's pregnant. I'll give him a hand. So hurry back to class, Susan. He's empreg. It appeared more like she was giving him a headlock than a hand, though. By the time class resumed, Kurakami was back in her seat, holding her doll and staring off into space like always. Why? You're too late. The way she was in class, I couldn't imagine her speaking her mind as clearly as that. I thought I knew what I'd heard, but I was starting to wonder if it was my mind playing tricks on me. Kurakami, what did she mean by too late? I used to be so indifferent, but I found that I couldn't get my mind off of her for some reason. Sex. For sex reasons. Too late. As in, past the point of no return. But what? What didn't I make it in time for? Black snow started to gently fall between us. No, not snow. Soot? Jet black soot piled up, burying me in Kurakami's world in darkness. More schizo? Hi, Orange! The final class of the day ended and my classmates filed out of the room, one after the other, filed. They filed out of the room. Shut up, I said that right. But instead, I walked over to Kurakami. Autism noise.
何か力になれることがあったら言ってね。
Listen, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know, okay? There's nothing.
お前はあまりに
You're far.
遅すぎる。
Too late. Kurakami said nothing. The silence was a clear affirmation by the too late. She was indeed referring to me.
わからないよ。僕の何が遅すぎたの？
So real. I don't get it. What am I late for?
僕は非力かもしれないけれど、
Perhaps there's not much I could do.
黒髪さんが苦しんでいるなら、それを救うことができるかもしれない。
But if you're suffering, maybe I can save you from that. A kuga huga. Huh? Her eyes were glazed over. Nothing I said was getting to her. There was nothing more I could say to keep her there.
なんでもあの二人
Ooh, I
いいな
almost
ずけ
said
同
the
士らし
bad
いぜ
word. My bad. It seems like the two of them are actually engaged, believe it or not.
いいなずけ？
Engaged.
黒髪さんとあいつが？
You mean Kurakami and that other guy? Ooh, I called it. Arranged marriage.
亀沼のやつがすすだに引っ越してきたのは中1の時らしいんだけど、
Though Kaminuma only moved here back in the 7th
あ
grade.
んなクズのどこがお眼鏡にかなったやら。
I have no idea what she sees in that scumbag.
中学では有名だったぜ。いいなずけがいるやつがいるらしいってな。
Seems he was famous back in middle school for having a fiance at that age.
どうしてそんなことに？
Well, how did it happen? Sho Kaminuma had moved to Susuda only 4 years ago. On the other hand, the Kurakamis were a family who'd owned a lot of land in this region for generations. What could the two families possibly have in common? In contrast to the wealthy and famous Kurakamis, the Kaminumas barely had a penny to their name, to say nothing of land. But by that autumn, Sho Kaminuma was already engaged to Toei.
何しろ多感なお年頃だからよ。学校中で話題になったぜ。
It's not every day you hear about people getting engaged that early. It was a hot topic in school back then.
あいつも最初はさぞや浮かれただろうね。
I'm sure he's positively thrilled at first.
でもすぐに黒髪さんがちょっと何のある子だと分かったみたいで。
But I don't think it took him long to figure out the kind of girl Kurokami was.
どうしてあいつは亀沼くんは言い名付けを引き受けたんだろう。
I need my charger. Just give me a second. Little chaos sound right there. Why did that guy? Why did Kaminume accept the proposal?
噂が本当なら黒髪さんの一目惚れなんだって。
From what I hear, Kurokami fell for him love at first sight.
一目惚れ
At first sight?
どうしても婿養子になってほしいって黒髪家が拝み倒したんだってさ。
They said the Kurokamis begged him to marry their daughter.
その際にとんでもない金を積んだって噂だぜ。
Word is, a big sum of money was involved.
それで亀沼のやつ、グレイトに羽振りがいいらしいぜ。
Oh, he said it. Seems that's how Kaminuma got so influential. Where's the great? I heard him say great. Am I crazy? Am I... I'm putting greats where there is none. Toei Kurokami. She wasn't ordinary. That much was certain. It wasn't absurd to imagine her family going to great lengths to get her a husband. Still, though, that didn't explain why they'd chosen a boy like that, of all people. If they'd love one another, then there'd be no issue. But it hadn't looked like that way to Suzumu at all. At the very least, Kaminume treated her more like a pet than anything else. And it hadn't felt like Toei held any love for him either. Too late. Because Suzumu had been too late, she had been forced to accept this fate. It almost looked as though she had resigned herself to that outcome, and is suppressing her emotions. Had sworn obedience to Kamenuma as a result.
じゃあな、また明日な。
Well, bye. See you tomorrow. Natsuya waved goodbye to his friends in front of the deli in the shopping district. This shop's name was Atsuza's Piping Hot Deli. His family ran the place. Suzumu and Tsubakiko waved back as they left. Goodbye, bestie. Great friend.
進む。しつこいと思うかもしれないけど。
Suzumu, you're probably thinking I'm being stubborn, but
黒髪さんに近づくのは良くないと思うよ。
I still don't think you should get involved with Kurokami.
どうして
Bye, Pupe. Why is that?
うまく言えないけど、その
I don't really know how to put it.
良くない感じがするの。
I've just got a bad feeling about it.
そうかもしれないね。
Maybe you're right.
少なくとも彼女は遅すぎたにせよ。
She says it's too late at least.
救いの手を求めていたのだけは間違いないと思う。
But she's looking for something to save her. I'm sure of that if nothing else.
進む。
He can save her. Suzumu.
それが良くない感じの雰囲気になって感じられるんだと思うよ。
But I think you can tell that's dangerous ground to be treading.
進む。
Suzumu. Kiko. Wah.
私、もう一度警告するからね。
I'll warn you again, okay?
進むは黒髪さんに近づかない方がいい。
You shouldn't get involved with Kurokami.
絶対に何か恐ろしいことが起こるから。
Something terrible will happen. I just know it. Thanks for staying, Pupe. He.
どうして
Friendship.
そんなことがわかるの？
How? He said so many more words. How? Did you hear that? He said like at least 6 words, and all it translated to was how. It's like a kung fu movie.
私の第六感
The fuck?
すっごく当たるんだよ。
My sixth sense is always on point.
ありがとう。用心するよ。
Thanks. I'll be careful.
用心しながら近づくよって意味でしょ。
Oh yeah, I can do that.
もう知らない。
Oops. Never mind. Okay, how do I go back? History. Okay. Oh my god. This UI sucks. It was this one.
どうしてそんなことがわかるの？
How? Okay, one more time.
どうしてそんなことがわかるの？
How? We're learning Japanese right now.
どうしてそんなことがわかるの？
どうしてそのことがあるの equals how. By the way. Beautiful language, the Japanese. Beautiful language. Yes. We'll go back because I skipped some by accident trying to figure out how to do that.
ありがとう。用心するよ。
用心しながら近づくよって
You
意
mean
味
you'll
でしょ。
tread carefully.
もう
don't
知
you?
らない。
Fine, forget it. Subakiko stuck out her tongue and slammed the door into her apartment. That's just so many words for one word, you know? Poetic. I walked into my own apartment and closed the door. Entering my own space, isolating myself from the outside world, filled me with an odd sense of lethargy. Sure, it was a relief to be home, but I always had the strangest feeling that my door was like a portal to another world. Though it was warm enough to make me sweat a little out there, it was cool in my room. Almost like the place was too big for me alone. I didn't know why, but I felt like I'd been here on my own for a long time.
汗をかいたね。シャワーを浴びよ
Must be the sweat talking. I'll go take a shower. When I was alone, I tended to talk to myself to ward off the stillness of it all. Perhaps it was a bad habit of mine. I hung my school uniform up and entered the bathroom with a fresh pair of underwear in hand. The bathroom was humid as I went in, almost as though someone had only just finished bathing in there. I picked up the scent of bath water. Had someone used my bath? Someone's scent was lingering in the mist of the heat. It dawned on me that I didn't recognize whose it was. I felt a twinge of unease. I slowly yet gently pushed open the door to the bath. When I did, heat rushed out along with the sickening body odor. The bath was meat. Apparently the bath was meat. More schizo. Let's go. No, it was probably a person at one point. Something slovenly and obese, bringing to mind a distended stomach bulging in fat and grease. Is this the kid we flash back to? Who turned into the pustule pile and got kicked to death? Oh my god, we get to see Fatty Gawa? Is this what Fatty Gawa looks like? Ew, there's a peener down there. Don't look at the peener. Curly black hair, body hair peeked out between the swollen folds, filling me with disgust and revulsion. blemishes and shaggy moles, crimson scars from scratching the sweaty itches too hard. Skin as hard as scabs outside the joints, bruised blood vessels that wriggled like worms. And an acrid stench like sweat and candle wax that spread with the heat and clung to my nostrils. The blob of meat, like an especially disgusting middle-aged man, was just sitting right there. Don't show the peener. Okay, good. Ew, it's like, is that the top of his head? This is... I'm having trouble deciphering where the man is in all of this. Do not see peanuts. Peanuts warning. Sorry, Susan. Might be a peanuts. My bad. My bad. All of a sudden, it's squelched and twisted. I'm gonna put on my scary story voice, okay? I couldn't tell what it was from the front and what was its back, but it was clear that it had noticed me and was turning to face me.
Blob language? Blob language!
The voice sounded like a man's voice put through a filter to protect his identity, like you'd hear on the news. I was sure its word meant something, but I couldn't understand it at all. All I could make out for sure was a spine-tingling laugh. Past the blob, I could see a bundle of black hair. It was a girl with long black hair and snow-white skin. No, a doll? A doll the size of a human? Its joints clearly indicated it was what they called a ball-jointed doll. The blob held the doll as it turned around. When I saw the doll's face, I couldn't help but gasp. Because it was Kurakami's face. That's cute. That's so fucking cute. Look at her swollen little belly. It wasn't the face of the doll modeled after Kurakami. Everything from the head down was a doll, but the head itself wasn't. It was her face. Her whole head. Blob language. One of Kurakami's joints screamed with a sickening crack. I couldn't tell what the blob was saying, but it was obvious it returned its attention to Kurakami. The blob fiercely embraced the doll attached to Kurakami's head and greedily sucked on it. The ball joints creaked in pain and moaned the exact same rhythm. Kurakami broke out into a cold sweat and gritted her teeth. She was clearly in agony. Yet, oddly enough, my heart felt relief to see the face of that repulsive terror. Am I getting turned on by her being consumed by a blob? Yes, the answer is yes. The disgusting relief that the blob wouldn't do anything to me while they were busy with Kurakami. Occasionally, there would be a crack, and one of the ball joints would bend in an anatomically impossible direction. Even Kurakami couldn't help but moan in agony. It couldn't even begin to imagine the harrowing pain she must have been in. I didn't know how long Kurakami would hold the blob's interest. But eventually, it would get bored, and when it did, I would be next. A part of me wanted to fight to save Kurakami. However, the grotesque blob before me and my fear, they were both so overwhelming. I didn't know if I could do anything against that thing. But I couldn't just ignore Kurakami's suffering. If I couldn't work up the courage now, then I never would.
黒髪さんを離せ
Leave Kurakami alone. All of a sudden, the blob stopped. And then, it slowly but surely turned back to face me. Fear and regret seized me from the head to toe. Abobi-abby. Abobi-abby. There really was a fine line between courage and reckless naivety, wasn't there? The ability to feel calm and safe when faced with such terror was truly a luxury. I love blob language. It's so cute. Ba bobe, be babo baby, be babo babe, baby babe. The blob was surely laughing at me. It then stopped toying with Kurakami and tossed her into the hot water of the tub. Kurakami's body sank to the bath with a loud splash, and then she vanished. What rose out of the water next wasn't Kurakami. It was a doll, one that I recognized. The Japanese doll Kurakami always carried. It was floating there in the tub. Ba 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 beep beep. The blob didn't seem pleased by it. It groaned with a discontent as it scooped up the doll and turned it around and around, studying it from every angle. That was probably my one and only chance. With the blob's attention off of me, this was my first and last opportunity to escape. But my legs wouldn't move. They crumbled beneath me, as though I were a marionette. Of course, that blob was only playing with dolls. So, even I was its doll too? Without even realizing it, my body from the neck down had become a ball-jointed doll, just like Kurakami. The blob lurched menacingly towards me. It then lifted me up, placing me between its folds, and smothered me against it. The feeling of its curly hairs against me, its revolting odor, the heat, its sewer-like breath filled my throat with bile. The blob touched my ball joints. He touched my ball and lovingly twisted them. From time to time, I felt them bend in ways they shouldn't with a crack. Though barely conscious, I could feel my joints bending and breaking into various directions, one after another. Finally, they all broke, leaving me with nothing more than a head. Boo ba bee bo, bee bo boo. Big, 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 big. The blob embraced my head and licked it with its gooey substance oozing out of its rotten breath. The stench was beyond repulsive. It felt like I was gonna suffocate from all the nausea. Soon enough, the blob engulfed my head. Snap. What the fuck? Another schizo delusion complete. It's like Adam Sandler mocking somebody. I slowly sat up from the dimly lit bathroom. It was dark around me. Apparently, it was nighttime. How long I had been laying here? I will not be making those sounds either. Phew. I felt like I'd just been in the throes of a horrible dream. I exhaled heavily as if I were to drive out something disgusting that built up in my lungs. I could tell that I'd had an awful nightmare, but couldn't remember anything specific about it. That's just how it is. Nightmares are vivid when you have them, but just vanish with barely a trace once you wake up. Why?
どうしてこんなところに
Why was I sleeping here? Maybe I'd been anemic and I passed out. I had no clue. The clearer my head got, the more I realized worrying about it isn't gonna accomplish anything. I shook my head and opened the door to the tub and started a bath. Traces of the warmth lingered still. But there was no way anyone was there. Nig. I'm reading it and it says Nig. We off them bennies. We day tripping off them bennies.
痛い
Ow. My elbows and knees had been hurting everywhere since I woke up. I checked my elbows in the mirror to find them a little red and swollen. That night I had the strangest dream. It was of Kurokami sitting alone in a world of falling black snow. The black snow landed on the shoulders of her white robes, staining her in a monochrome gradation. She looked lonely, so I tried approaching her, but no matter how much I walked, she did not get any closer. A firm and cool transparent wall was separating us. At the very least, I wanted to tell her she wasn't alone. I kept pounding on the wall and shouting at the top of my lungs, but she didn't hear me at all. Upon closer inspection, I realized tears were streaming down Kurokami's face. The black snow sullied her tear-stained cheeks, making it look as though she were crying lines of black. She was facing my direction, but didn't seem as though she could see me. Perhaps the wall was only transparent on my side. If that were true, then she was all by herself within the wall, the black snow burying her whole. My heart ached at the sight of her tears. Was it pity? Sympathy? No. It was a sense of duty, no question about it. A baseless sense of responsibility telling me I had to save her. If I didn't, she'd be left alone there in that world, doomed to be buried and fade away under the black snow. Shut up, Poopy. All the while shedding tears stained black by the soot. This isn't about me. We don't say the R word here. We only say retard, okay? Not rheumatoid. That's banned. Banned. That doesn't exist. I'm an anime girl in this world. Even after I wake up, I just stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. This was the first time I'd ever remembered a dream so clearly.
なんでこんなにも僕の頭は黒髪さんでいっぱいに
Why can't I get Kurokami out of my mind? I couldn't understand my own feelings. I wondered if maybe I was in love, but it definitely wasn't that. I was an adolescent boy just like the rest. I knew the bittersweet taste of unrequited love. True, the fact that I couldn't get her out of my mind was similar to that. But this was different. I just knew I had to help her. And there was no time left. Not even a second. As she said, it was too late. Thanks, Poupe. Even so, I had to help her. Why? I didn't know. But that emotion was filling my heart and telling me I had to act as soon as possible. That peculiar feeling stuck with me even after Kiko invited me to go to school with her. I still couldn't get Kurakami out of my head even after we got there. Present lab, ooh.
北上さん、
Kitakami.
Hi.
Hi.
衣笠さん、
Kinuga-san.
Hi.
Hi.
黒上さん。
Kurakami-san.
ああ、黒上さんは欠席の連絡が来てましたね。
That's right, Kurakami called an absent today. It wasn't rare for Kurakami to be late or even miss homeroom. But even so, she still went to school every day. At the very least, this was the first time anyone had called in to say she would be absent beforehand.
珍しいね。黒髪さんが欠席なんて。
That's odd. Kurakami's never absent.
いいんじゃね？どうせ来たって勉強なんかしてねえし。
Who cares? It's not like she studies anyway.
松田くん、そういうこと言わないの。
Don't say that, Asta.
鈴むは黒髪さんにすっかりご就寝ね。
Suzumi's totally hung up on her.
いけないか
Is there something wrong with that?
あんな不吉そうな女に隠れた魅力を見抜いたってことか？
Did you find some hidden appeal in such a scary girl?
さすがスサラ！やっぱりグレートな男だぜ！
Way to go, Susahara. You really are a great old man.
はあ、もう好きにしたらいい。本当にどうなっても知らないから。
Do whatever you want. Just don't come crying to me later.
ハルミヤ、嫉妬は見苦しいぜ。
Jealousy's not a good look on you, Harumiya.
松田くんは引っ込んでて。
Stay out of this, Atsuta.
そんなに黒髪さんに近づいちゃいけないの？
Is getting involved with Kurakami really so wrong?
知らない。好きにすれば。
I don't care, you do you.
今にきっとなんかバッドバッドなことが起こるからね。
I'm sure.
勝手に呪われちゃえ。
I'm sure something really, really bad is gonna happen soon, though. Just go and get cursed for all I care.
大丈夫だよ。お清めなら毎日欠かさないからね。
It's okay, I'll make sure to do my spiritual cleansing every day.
鈴む、その肘どうしたの？
Hey, Suzumu, what happened to your elbow? I was getting a little sweaty, so I rolled up my sleeves. Kiko must have noticed my swollen elbow.
どうしたんだろうね。寝違えちゃったのかな。
I don't know, maybe I slept on it funny.
痛くないの？
Does it hurt?
やめてよ。触られるとちょっと痛いよ。
It does hurt when you touch it, so can you stop?
そっちの肘もかばってるようだけど。
Looks like your other elbow's the same way.
昨日の晩からなんとなく痛むんだよ。両肘と両膝が。
My joints have been hurting ever since last night for some reason.
呪いだ。
It's the curse.
大げさな。
You're blowing things out of proportion.
黒髪さんの呪いが移ったんだよ。もっとひどくなっても知らないよ。
You caught Kurokami's curse. Don't say I didn't tell you if it gets worse, okay?
大丈夫だよ。放課後になってもまだ痛んだら病院で見てもらうから。
Don't worry, I'll go see a doctor if it still hurts after school.
どっちかっていうとお祓いだと思うよ。
You're better off finding an exorcist if you ask me. Kiko was dead set on her belief that Kurokami was cursed being. I guess it was just because girls have a thing for the occult. Probably. And if all the girls believed that, none of them would help Kurokami. So it really was all up to me. That strange sense of urgency is still plaguing me even at school. Once again, I wondered if I was in love with her. And yet again, I came to the conclusion that it was a sense of duty. Duty. But why? Why did I feel this way for a girl I'd never met before? Was it obligation, responsibility, sympathy, pity? No matter how many times I retraced the source of my emotion, it always came back to that baseless sense of duty. Duty. Even after lunch break had come and gone, I was still captive to that emotion. What the hell? Toei's taking a day off, that worthless bitch! Ugh! You good, dog? Cough, cough. Cough, cough.
Shou-chan, 大丈夫?
Hey, Sho, you okay, man? She got far and now he's dying? Sho kept hacking and coughing as though he were choking on his own spit. His buddies kept rubbing on his back, trying to with wry grins until he finally calmed down. Sho wiped his forehead to find beads of sweat. He must have been really having it rough. I've been feeling like shit since I woke up. Like I got all the allergies or
花
something.
粉じゃね？今の季節いろいろ飛んでるって言うしさ。
Maybe it's pollen. They say there's a lot going around this year.
知らねえよ。俺花粉なんかじゃねえし。
Hell if I know. Go ask the pollen. Sho spat in disgust and coughed up some phlegm.
なんだよこれ。
What the hell is this?
うわ、なんだよそれ。めっちゃくれ。
Holy shit, man, what is that stuff? It's all black. What Sho had coughed up was neither yellow nor white. It was black, like tar. It was the first time he'd ever coughed up something like that. Shocked, he spat again to see if more of that color came out. But what came out this time was the same colorless spit as always.
くしょ。なんだよな。汚ねえな。
God damn it, the fuck is that shit? It's gross. Oh no, he's got AIDS cancer. He's dying of AIDS cancer. He stomped furiously onto it.
つうかさ、朝から俺なんか調子悪いんだよな。
I know if you interact with her and then she gets too far away because you're meant to love her like a little baby pet autist. Why the hell have I been feeling like shit all day anyway?
咳だけじゃねえの？熱もあんの？やばくね？
Is it like just a cough or do you have a fever? You sure you're okay?
マジでだるくなってきた。やべえかも。
Oh fuck, I'm feeling all kinds of exhausted now. Yeah, this might be worse than I thought.
あんな気持ち悪い女に足なんか舐めさせてっから呪われてんだよ。
That creepy chick must have cursed you when she licked your foot. The delinquents laughed crudely. But Sho heard none of it. He was feeling terrible at the moment.
先生に言って
Sho.
午後老けたら
Everybody feel bad. want to tell teacher and go home?
つか横になりて
Hell, I just want to lay down.
ちょっぴりだけお熱があるよね。
It seems like you have a slight fever.
うっせえ俺は平熱が低いんだよ
Bullshit, my normal temperature is just low.
ちょっと横になってみて。様子を見てみましょうね。
Why don't you lie down and let me take a look at you?
2の C だったかしら。先生に連絡しておくわね。
You're in 2C, right? I'll let your teacher know.
マジうぜえよ熊崎
Man, fuck this cough to hell. I like how much swearing there is. There's a lot of swearing in this. Hina got to shut the curtain once she saw Sho get into the bed. Once his cough subsided slightly, Sho took his hand off of his mouth and found his palm stained with black.
なんなんだよちくしょ
God damn it, what the hell? Though the infirmary bed wasn't all that comfortable, Sho drifted off to sleep as though his consciousness had been swallowed whole. My knees and elbows were still swollen and throbbing even after school. So I decided to play it safe and go to the hospital. Iwamoto Hospital for Medicine and Surgery, located just past the Iwamoto shopping district, was the grander than I pictured. Iwamoto was the name of the neighborhood I lived in. Iwai means celebration, and seeing it on signs all around always brightened my day. So although hospitals aren't always the happiest place, Iwaimoto Hospital seemed friendly to me. The hospital was full of the elderly, just like the ones where I used to live. I felt a bit guilty for going there for something as trivial as a swollen joint. Those more visibly in pain deserved to be here way more than I did. Right, just like that girl. She's so cute. Holy shit, bandages. Holy shit, I love bandages. That black-haired girl. It was Kurokami, no mistaking it. She was in the wheelchair with the same doll riding on her lap. But seeing her with her left arm hanging from a sling and her right leg in a cast, it hurt to watch. It wasn't just those either. Her other limbs were wrapped up in bandages too. For some reason, I could sense her knees and elbows hurt just like mine. I faintly remember the world of the nightmare I'd had when I'd collapsed in the bathroom. Just like me, her joints were snapped by that grotesque bulb.
Kurokami-san.
Kurokami,
黒髪さんに近寄らない方がいいよ。
you shouldn't get involved with Kurokami. I felt like I heard Kiko's voice amidst the crowd. Bad things will happen if you get close to her, I just know it. She'd been giving me that warning over and over again. Was what happened to me one of those bad things? Kurokami and I are classmates, so it's inevitable that we'd meet in a classroom. But if I struck up a conversation with her here, it'd clearly be approaching her proactively.
きっと良くないことが起こるから。
Hi Joey, we're playing a spooky game. Bad things will happen if you get close to her, I just know it. Of course Kiko wasn't there, but it felt like she was giving me my final warning? If I just kept standing around, she'd probably disappear into the crowd. I still had a chance to stay on the side. Wait, the side. I asked myself exactly what those words that popped into my head meant. Just as Kiko had a sixth sense, so did I. It warned me that if I talked to Kurakami now, there'd be no turning back. Too late for that. She'd already caught my heart and I couldn't turn back anymore. Our destinies are intertwined from the first moment I looked her in the eyes. A part of me wanted to save her, while another part of me wanted to know why I started feeling that way. And the latter was the biggest reason why I couldn't get her out of my mind. Kurakami, just who was she? I wanted to know, and then I asked her a question. Who are you and why do I feel this way about you? I already knew it wasn't something as simple as love. Then was it something sinister, just as the rumors had said? Have your eyes cursed me? Is that why I can't take mine off of you?
Kurokami-san.
Kurakami? In the end, I acted before I could come to an answer. She's so baby girl. She looked somewhat surprised to see me. I'd never seen such a natural reaction from her at the school before.
大丈夫？その怪我。
That looks bad. Are you okay? She was expressionless as always, but not the same way as it was at school. She was obviously surprised to bump into me here, of all places. Move. Huh?
君はスス校の子か?
Who are you? Do you go to Susu High? A middle-aged man pushing her in the wheelchair scowled at me. He was probably her father.
はい。黒髪さんと同じクラスの。
Yeah, I'm in the same class as Kuro.
トエに緑に話しかけないでほしい。
I don't want you talking to Toei unless you have to. Huh?
すまないな。トエは世俗の汚れに触れてはならぬ大切な身だ。
I'm sorry, but she is too important to be corrupted by the filth of the world.
年相応の生活をさせたくて学校に行かせてはいるが、汚れに染まることは許されない。
I let her go to school because I wanted her to live like the others her age, but I can't allow her to be corrupted. I couldn't think of anything to say to that. It was the first time anyone had said something like that to me, and I didn't know whether to be angry or hurt. You're always
遅い。
late? Go away. Your corruption hurts.
トエ、無理に喋るな。
Toei, don't push yourself. Yes, father.
すまないな君。厳しい言葉は謝る。
My apologies, young man. I shouldn't have been so harsh with you.
いえ、こちらこそすみません。
No, I'm the one who's sorry.
君が謝ることは何もない。
You have nothing to apologize for.
トエを案じてくれるなら、ただ遠くからそっと見守ってほしい。
If you're concerned about Toei, then please just watch from a distance.
でも、
But something's tormenting her. I wanted to say that, but her father stopped me before I could.
二度とトエに話しかけないでほしい。
I don't want you talking to Toei again.
君に悪気がなくとも、それはこの子を苦しめる。
Even if you don't hold ill intent, all that will bring her is suffering. Normally, someone my age would have no choice but to back down without a word after being told off like that by an adult. However, there was something in me that just couldn't accept that. So I stood my ground.
でも
But
彼女は苦しんでるんです。
she's suffering.
僕はそれに気づいてしまったから、彼女を無視できないんです。
I can't just ignore her now that I've realized that. Toei's father fell silent. That was a sign that he was aware of her torment.
世俗の汚れから遠ざける必要があるならば、どうして上沼君を許嫁などに選んだんですか？
If she needs to be kept away from the filth of the world, then why did you choose Kamenuma as her fiancé?
お前の知ったことではない。
That is none of your concern.
黒髪さんが心から選んだ男性だなんて、僕には到底信じられません。
I just can't believe she could ever want to be with him. You're too late. Those words replayed in my mind once more. Perhaps she meant she'd been forced to bear this fate because no one had noticed her suffering sooner. Hi, people! I wasn't sure about that. There was no doubt that she was suffering greatly. There was no way she could be happy, being treated like a pet by a fiancé she didn't even love. If the rumors Natsu told me were true, yesterday was hardly the first time Kamenuma has been so rough with her. Just by looking at her and her father, it was easy to imagine she was from a strict family where she had no position to oppose him.
都への言い名付けは私が決める。お前の知ったことではない。
It's up to me to decide who Toei marries. It's none of your concern.
いいえ、あなたの知ったことでもありません。
No, it's none of yours either. What?
黒髪さんの人生は黒髪さんが自分で決めます。
Her life is hers to decide.
確かに彼女は未成年です。あなたの保護下にあるべきでしょう。
I understand she's a minor. She should intend to be living under your care.
でも未成年を終えての未来は全て彼女のものです。
But when she comes of age, her future is her own.
たとえ父親であろうとも、彼女の人生の全てを束縛する権利なんてないんです。
You may be her father, but you don't have the right to keep her completely tied down. Slap him. It seemed Toei's father hadn't expected a child his daughter's age to backtalk him like that. He appeared more stunned than angry.
黒髪さん、僕はひょっとしたら全然的外れなことを言ってるかもしれない。
Kurokami, maybe everything I'm saying is completely off the mark.
でも、君が苦しんでいて、それを手遅れに思っていることは知ってる。
But I know you're suffering and you think it's too late to do anything about it.
でも、これだけは的外れじゃなく、断言できるよ。
And there is one thing I can say for sure.
何？
What?
遅すぎることなんてあるもんか。
It's never too late.
僕が黒髪さんの力になれるかどうかわからないけど、
I don't know if I can be any help to you,
僕はいつでも味方になるから。
but I'll always be one on your side.
それだけは信じて。
Count on that if nothing else.
黒髪さんのお父さん、いろいろと生意気を言ってすみませんでした。
Mr. Kurokami, I apologize for speaking out of turn.
それでは失礼します。
Pardon me then.
黒髪さん、お大事に。
I hope you get well soon, Kurokami.
早く。
Can you smell the meat? Can you smell the meat? Just smell my meat.
いっ
Just go already. Kurokami hung her head, biting her bottom lip. I didn't know what she was feeling, but my words had definitely gotten to her. And I believe that would save her, or at least serve as a spark of her salvation.
君とはもう話したくない。道を開けてくれ。
I don't want to say another word to you. Move out of the way.
すみません。
Right, sorry.
行くぞトエ。
Let's go, Toei.
はい
Yeah. Oh, she's crying. Toei's father gently pushed the wheelchair past me, only for his daughter to look back at me in that very moment. Her eyes were damp with tears.
すは
Susuhara. She reached her trembling right hand out to me.
トエ。
Toei.
らすはら
Susuhara. Ugu, ugu, ugu. The look in her moist eyes implored me at least to take her hand. And so I did. I wanted to grant her a wish, and I didn't know the words to do so.
進む黒髪さんには近づいちゃダメ
You shouldn't get involved with Kurokami, Suzumu, 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 because it's a flashback. Suzumu, Suzumu, Suzumu. Why shouldn't I, Kiko? She needs help, so why shouldn't I? The moment our hands touched, time itself seemed to grind to a halt. The world was frozen in a place, almost like the TV known as life had suddenly broke. But the girl before me was real, and so was the warmth of her hand. In fact, this world seemed more like reality. After all, her eyes actually had life to them here. Enough to make me question if the days upon until now had all been a daydream. That's just how vivid they were. Kurokami shed warm tears and spoke. Her words were clear and had a deliberate weight to them.
ありがとう鈴原
Thank you, Suzuhara.
こちらこそ。ありがとう。
Let's go, Toei sucker. It's pronounced Toei sucker, actually. No, I should be thanking you.
心を開いてくれて。
I'm glad you opened your
Arigato.
heart to me.
開けなかった開いてはいけなかったから
I couldn't, because I couldn't afford to open it. Kurakami stood up, staggering on her cast-encased foot. She walked over to me until our chests were practically touching, then looked up at me.
お
Kiss.
前がいけないんだから
This is your fault.
お前が泣いてもいいって言ったから
Because you told me I could cry. Yeah.
ちゃんと聞こえていたんだね。
So you heard that, huh? I hadn't just said it out loud, but it had reached her.
私
I'm
泣くからな
gonna cry now. Okay.
お前は何も意味なんかわからなくていいから
You don't have to understand.
ただ黙ってお前は私に泣かれてろいいな
Just stand there and let me cry, alright? Okay. She's hugging me. Ugh, girl smell. With that word, she gently plunged into my arms. And then she softly clawed into my chest as she burst into tears. I said nothing and I let her sob.
遅すぎる遅すぎる
You're late. You're too late. I've lost my toe-sucking virginity and I'll never get it back.
どれくらい遅すぎたのかな。
Just how late am I anyway?
10年遅い。
10 years too late. I see.
いや、100年遅い。1000年遅い。
No, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late.
そんなに遅くて本当にごめんね。
I really am sorry for being so late. She's a baby.
お前が悪い。全部悪い。
It's your fault, it's all your fault. I didn't understand a word she was saying, but I figured allowing her to let it all out would help. She screamed and poured her heart out until she finally calmed down. But then, I finally noticed the abnormality of the situation. For a hospital lobby full of people, it was too quiet, almost like the place was closed. Though there was still many people there, they gave off no signs of life apart from Kurokami. I couldn't even hear any of them breathing. Furthermore, the lobby had been so bright and clean, was all but enveloped in darkness. Like it was after visiting hours, where the emergency and the night lights were served as only illumination. And since when was it nighttime? Everything outside was dark, like the windows and the glass doors had been painted over with ink. It wasn't ordinary darkness either, no matter how late it was. There should have at least been street lights shining brightly. Yet there wasn't a single trace of their light. When had we been brought to this place?
これは
Hi, Asriel.
一体
I'm having a collective hallucination with this sick, ghostly looking girl. Yeah, you think the meat's coming back? I like the meat. So far, the meat is my favorite character. What is this?
また取り込まれたか。
So we got brought in again.
また
What do you mean? Kurokami's face still stricken with tears, but she's already regained her composure. Strangely enough, she didn't seem the least bit perturbed by this this ominous scene.
気にしなくていい。
Don't worry about it.
気にしなくていい。
Are you serious?
無視していればそのうち終わる。
Yeah, just ignore it and it'll eventually end. Kurokami spoke apathetically as though expecting the power to be restored any moment. She found an empty space on a nearly full sofa and sat down.
座りなさいよ。
Have a seat.
突っ立っていられるとこっちまで疲れてくる。
If you just keep standing around, you'll make me tired too.
うん。でも
Okay, but though there were many sofas laying around in this lobby, they were all packed. I was unable to find a seat and was at a loss for what to do when Kurokami noticed my plight.
おう、
Oh,
気が利かなくてごめんなさい。
I should have noticed. Sorry for being so inconsiderate. Kurokami casually pushed away the person sitting next to her. And when they hit the ground, they just crumbled apart. Literally. Turns out, it wasn't a person lying in pieces at my feet. It was a ball-jointed doll. I looked around and upon this realization noticed every last person in this packed room apart from us had turned into ball-jointed dolls. Even Kurokami's father had turned into one of those dolls, still holding his daughter's wheelchair in the exact same pose as before. She should have been shocked that her father is turned into a doll. Yet she paid no heed at all. I quietly took a seat next to Kurakami as if I waited my turn in line. In all honesty, I wanted to scream from the incomprehensible terror swallowing me whole. But oddly enough, seeing her remaining absolutely calm amidst his madness allowed me to keep my own calm for some reason. Of course, we could have just been bluffing.
その怪我はどうしたの？
So how did you get all banged up?
ここまでひどいことは初めて。
It's the first time it got this bad.
どういう意味？
What do you mean?
言葉通りよ。
Exactly what I said.
意味なんてわからなくていい。お前は黙ってうなずいていればいい。
You don't have to understand, just smile and nod.
どうせその程度の役にしか立たないのだから。
That's about all you're good for anyway.
見くびられたくないな。これでも男のつもりなんだけどな。
You should put more stock into me. Maybe I don't look like it, but I am still a man.
ひ弱そうなくせに。
You look so feeble, though.
こう見えてね。鍛えてるんだ。
Maybe on the outside, but I train.
家が武道の道場をやっててね。小さい頃からずっと修行させられてた。
My family runs a dojo, you see, so I've been practicing since I was a kid.
喧嘩の自信はないけど、腕相撲なら大人が相手でも負ける気はしないかな。
I don't know how I'd fare in a fight, but in arm wrestling, I doubt even an adult can beat me.
意外。力自慢とは。
I'm surprised. I didn't take you for a bragger.
自慢じゃないよ。冷静に自分の力を理解してるだけだよ。
I'm not, I just know my own strength is all.
謙虚が過ぎるのは、かえって嫌味になることもあると思ってる。
And I think being too modest can come off even worse.
どんな修行を？
So what kind of training did you do?
木に藁を巻いて拳で打ったりとか。うちの道場は正拳突きしかやらないんだよ。
Stuff like punching trees wrapped in straws. Our dojo only practices straight punches. No gay punches here.
空手
Straight
はよ
on.
くわからない。
I'm not all too familiar with karate.
すす払流親善武術って言って似てはいるけど空手とは全く別物なんだ。
The Suzuhara Divine Tribute style has some similarities to karate, but they're completely different styles.
興味ない。どうせいくら鍛えたところで。
I don't care. It doesn't matter how much you've trained anyway.
お前に打ち砕けるものなど何もない。
You can't break anything. Huh?
何を打ち砕いてほしいの？
What did you want broken? Hmm.
黒髪さんが何かを打ち砕いてほしいと思ってる。それは分かったから。
It sounds to me like you want something broken. I get that, at least.
教えてくれないかい？
Would you tell me?
君は遅すぎると言っているけれど、ひょっとしたら僕には間に合うことかもしれないよ。
You say I'm too late, but maybe I made it on time after all.
10年遅い。100年遅い。1000年遅い。
Oh, cute. She's losing her mind. I love when autistic girls have psychological breaks. That's when they get fun. Just that's how I got so fun. You're 10 years too late, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late. Her laughter was not of delight, but resignation.
無駄だ。
It's pointless.
やってみなきゃわからないよ。
You won't know unless you try. You won't know unless you try. Suzumu is such a fucking nerd.
お前は藁を巻いた木を打つと言った。
You said you
その
punched
木
tree.
を お前は拳で倒すことができるというのか。
You saying you punch trees wrapped in straw? Are you claiming you could knock one over with your fists too?
その気持ちで打っているけどね。
That was the idea during training, at least.
気ごときで遅れを取るひ弱に頼れることなどない。
I can't rely on someone weaker than a tree.
拳でどうこうできる問題じゃないってことだよね。
Are you saying it's something that can't be solved with fists?
そろそろ話してくれてもいいんじゃないかな。
You can talk to me now, right?
話すだけなら何も黒髪さんは失うことなんてないと思うけどな。
I don't think you've got anything to lose simply from talking about it.
拳でどうにかなるかもしれん問題だ。
Maybe fists can do something about it.
誰かを殴れって話？
This is very normal and real, and he's just like, optimism, Desu. I'm punch tree, Desu. So you want me to punch someone? He's so stupid. He's so stupid. You think this is a real life issue? Heh.
木を倒すよりは簡単そうだけどな。
At least that'll be easier than knocking down a tree. He's not even having the same conversation she is.
木すら倒せぬお前に聖堂の壁が打ち破れるか。
Can someone who can't even knock over a tree break something made of bronze?
聖堂、厚さは？
Bronze? How thick we talking here?
さあ、お前の拳の幅くらいはあるかもな。
Who knows? Perhaps as thick as your fists.
さすがに無理だよ。そんな厚さの合金の壁を破るなんて拳じゃなくて大砲の出番だと思うな。
Yeah, I definitely couldn't pull that off. That sounds like a job for a cannon. She's so cute. Kurakami laughed with the resignation as though to say, Told you.
でも
However,
黒髪さんがそれを打ち破られることで救われるなら
if breaking that will save you, then
僕はもっと修行を積んで
I'll train some more.
いつか必ずそれを僕の拳で打ち破ってみせると。
And break that thing with my
約束
fist
するよ。
someday. I swear it. Watch, she's gonna laugh at him.
その修行
No.
どれだけかかるやら。
And how long do you think that's gonna take?
そうだね。その意味では確かに黒髪さんの言う通りだね。遅すぎる。
Good question. In that sense, it might be too late, just like you said.
10年、100年、いや、1000年は修行しないとダメかもしれないよ。
10, 100, no, even 1,000 years might not be enough.
でも
But even so.
それでも僕が必ずそれを打ち破って黒髪さんを助け出すって約束するよ。
I'm going to break that thing and save you, I promise. Even I was surprised when I said that. I'd never said anything so gallant before. It must have been that baseless sense of duty I was talking about. The more I talked to her, the stronger it got. But I didn't care about where it came from anymore. It didn't matter whether it was love, duty, or even some sort of curse like Kiko suggested.
僕は必ず君を助け出す。
I swear I'll save you.
黒髪さんにとって僕は遅すぎたそうだけど、
Maybe you think I'm too late.
その壁すらも必ず打ち破ってやるって約束するよ。
But I vow to break that thing someday.
もう遅すぎるのに。
Even if it's too late.
何も遅すぎるもんか。僕はここにいて、黒髪さんはここにいる。
It's never too late. I'm still here and so are you.
遅いも早いも関係ない。僕が助ける。必ず。
I'll save you whether it's late or early.
すすはら。
Susuhara? At that moment, the silence was suddenly shattered by the ghastly roar. A visceral roar that shook the very pit of my stomach. The ground trembled as I heard something slimy and gooey approaching us.
なんだろう。ちょっと見てくるよ。
What is that? I'm gonna go take a look.
どうせろくなものじゃない。
You're not gonna like it either way. She was probably right. But whatever that thing was, I needed to know if it posed us any threat. No, that wasn't it. What I really wanted to know is what in the world is this place, and whether I was still sane or not. The thing howled ominously again, and then I remembered exactly what it was. The piles of meat trembling as they gave off a rancid stench straight out of a sewer. Yeah, it was the giant eerie blob that broken me and Kurakami's limbs. It was bulging far more repulsively than it had back in my bath. The blob squirmed where it stood, filling the stairwell. It was as tall as the ceiling itself. Despite that, it pulsated as it slowly but surely pushed its way down the stairs. More blob lines. Bibabe-boo, bibib. Bibabe-boo, boobabi. Boobabi. That nightmare had come back to life with a vengeance. It was searching. That blob was searching for us. Though it was struggling to fit through the stairwell, it wouldn't be long until it got through. And once it did, there would be nothing to stop it. The lobby ceiling was too high to impede it. I had to run. Back in this nightmare, my sense of fear was numbed. It just hadn't felt real enough to warrant it. But this was a different story. The terror was more than present. My legs trembled in fright as the horror before me. I couldn't stop. I couldn't fight back. However, I knew that I couldn't stay here. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. No, wait, it's not just me. I have to take Kurakami with me. The meat.
黒髪さんは覚えてない。悪夢の中であいつにその手足を折られたんだよ。
The meat gets the best OST, I think. Don't you remember, Kurakami? That's the thing that broke your arms and legs in that nightmare. Huh?
Kurokami-san?
Kurakami? We'd been having a normal conversation just a minute ago. But now it was like she'd been tuned into a different radio station. Kurakami's eyes were dull and devoid of life.
とにかくここにいちゃまずい。逃げよう。
Anyway, we can't stay here. We have to run. Fine, go. Oh, look at this expression. Glorious. Cutie patootie. That's my favorite style of anime eyes. Okay, I'm done. This was bad. She didn't understand what was happening here. She was spacing out just like in class every day. But I couldn't ignore her. That blob would never pass up on a toy like her.
ごめんね。ちょっと痛いかもしれないよ。
Sniff, 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 sniff. Sorry, this is gonna hurt. I grabbed her arm and tried to lift her up. When I did, her cast caught on the doll sitting next to her, and we lost our balance. I caught her in my arms and fell into the floor, onto my back.
ごめん。痛くなかった。
She's on me. I'm sorry, are you okay? That was a stupid question. She was in no state of mind to communicate after all. Cute! At that moment, I thought the faintest hint of light returned to her eyes. Kurakami was lying on top of me, her face just a hair's breadth away from my eyes and nose.
Kurokami-san?
Kurakami? Oh, whoa, she's like breathing. She's so cute. Sorry, Chad, I'm gay. Look at her. It's a pretty glorious shot. Please, no. No, please, I'm a virgin. Please, no. Oh. Her sweet breath tickled my nose, and then she kissed me right on the lips. She tried prying open my lips with her warm tongue, which squirmed alluringly.
Kurokami-san!
He's whimpering. He's such a femboy. Look at her, she's so cute. Though I knew the situation was far from normal, the devilish little whisper inside of me was telling me to give in to my carnal instincts. Her breath, her tongue, it was all so enticing. No, I couldn't. This wasn't the time for this. But Susahara. I'm so happy I met you. And it got caught on her tooth, so there's toe jam in her teeth. Oh my god. Okay. I don't care if you're late. All that matters is that you're here.
正気に戻って今こんなことしてる場合じゃ。
Snap out of it. We don't have time for this.
Susahara? Susahara? Neji?
Wow. Her voice actor is really cute.
愛して
She wants to... Right now, but the meat! She wants me to fuck. Am I gonna get some? Should I turn off the game capture just in case it's porn? Should I check if there's a streamer mode? Actually, no, fuck it. Fuck a wee ball. I don't give a shit. What?
お願い
Please. So place your bets. Am I gonna get my little femboy dinky stinky? Hmm?
愛してsusahara.
Am I being raped? Whoa! I'm getting sexually assaulted. They do be turning them tables, man. Kurakami clung to me like a snake. The cast on her left leg fell off, but she paid no mind to that. Her face and her breath became the sweet poison that invaded my brain. My blood vessels were aching, urging me to give in to this alluring temptation. Tree fitty on me getting fucked. Jolly, look away. Are you here, Jolly? Look away. This is my face when I'm being raped by a ghost girl. Whew. Whew. You want me to move? My bad. Am I in your way? Am I in your way from your goon scene? My bad. I'm just a little guy. I'm cosplaying as Bangers today, by the way. I'm Bangers. That's the sound of me going in. You know that tone shift? That's me. Me upon entry. Oh, who the fuck is that? Who's this guy? You think that's her dad? Because these are her dolls, right? Oh my god, she wants me to pregnant her. We're breeding, chat. We're breeding. Fill me, fill me, fill me with your love as deep as you can. Bro, she's losing her mind. Should I keep pushing it though? Do you think it's actually gonna happen, or do you think this is schizo delusion? Ooh, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Goodbye, my channel. If I never see you again, and YouTube nukes me into oblivion, and the entire country of Canada is reduced to rubble and nuclear winter, I love you. Okay? I love you, and I miss you. Alright, we're going. I felt like a fly caught in a spider's web. Kurakami preyed on me as she moaned about love. My veins were throbbing in anticipation for pleasure yet to come, but I couldn't fight back the desire screaming into me to give in to her. Come on, man, make it consensual. I can only take one strike at a time. Everybody get your shots ready. What? Another man, get out of my game. Get out of my game. Am I being cucked? All that build up. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I was hoping I was gonna get banned for sneaky sex. I almost got banned for sneaky sex. My veins were throbbing. Ooh, ooh. All of a sudden, there was an unpleasant laugh. The moment she heard it, Kurakami froze completely. She raised her upper half to find out who laughed. No judging by her face, she must have already known who it was. She looked like a kid being caught with her hand in a cookie jar. I'm a cookie. Of all the men who could have been on my street, I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I hope meat takes him. So now Toei shows up flirting with Susuhara. This dream keeps finding new ways to fucking piss me off. Kamenuma laughed, an unstable look in his eyes. Fucking aces. That was a twist I did not see coming. Hey there, Susuhara, you sure look confused.
その女。
This chick, she's fucked in the head.
男と見たら誰でも欲しがる。とんでもねえイカレ女よ。
She's so messed up, she just wants any guy she sees.
ショー様。
Sir Show. Master Y. Master
違うんです。私にはショー様だけ
Y. Got it all wrong, you're the only one for me. You're a whore.
男なら誰でもい
Toei
い
the
く
toe
せに
sucker
よ
is a whore. He'll say that to anyone.
てめえは女じゃねえ。犬だ。メスなんだよ。
You're no woman, you're a dog. A bitch in heat. Maybe there is some truth into what he said. After all, Kurokami was clinging to Kaminuma's leg like a dog. And she kept coming back no matter how many times he kicked her. That pitiful sight was exactly like watching a dog begging its master for scraps.
ショー様の愛をお恵みください。
Please grace me with your love, Sir Show.
ついさっきまで鈴原に同じことを言ってたんだろ。
You spewed all that same shit with Suzuhara just now, didn't you?
なあ鈴原、そうなんだろ。そうなんだよな。
Suzuhara ain't that right. It is, ain't it? I couldn't think of anything to say to that. The whole thing had just lost all sense of reality, resembling something straight out of a nightmare. Yes, it had to be it. It was all just some horrible dream, wasn't it? That continuation of the nightmare I had back in my bathroom. As soon as I realized that, the whole scenery suddenly seemed to warp violently.
ショー様じゃないとダメなんです。
No, please, Sir Show, it has to be you.
ショー様の赤ちゃん作りたい。
Bitch just said that to me like 3 minutes ago.
うるせえメス犬。誰彼構わず浴場しやがって。
Shut up, bitch, you'll hump anything that moves.
犬なら犬らしくキャンキャン吠えろ。人間様の言葉で喋るんじゃねえ。
Just bark like the dog you are. How dare you even try to talk like a human? So much sexual assault and abuse. Sir Show. I didn't understand Kurokami anymore. I thought I did just a little while ago, but was that just a part of the nightmare? Oh yeah, meat! The slimy, grotesque blob showed itself. It had finally made it down the stairs and was heading right our way. The blob had terrified me just a minute ago, but that was all suddenly seemed worlds away. Right, because this was all a dream. A bad dream, that's all.
今度はなんだ。ブヨブヨした化け物の登場かよ。
What now, a big fat monster? Really?
これならさっきの女幽霊みたいなやつの方が多少はマシだぜ。
Come on. That ghost lady from before was way creepier. It seemed Kamenuma was really fully aware that this was a nightmare. He wasn't fazed by the creepy giant blob in the slightest. Rather, he was downright amused by its bizarre appearance. Kurokami was now completely focused on him. She moaned obscenely as she kept clinging to his leg. The more I saw that, the stupider I felt for ever being scared in this situation. You're as persistent as the rest of these things. Kamenuma shrugged off Kurokami as he hurled obscenities at her. I raised my head to see who he was talking to and realized a sinister shadow had appeared unnoticed. It's moving, whatever it is. It was a dark void, and it had long hair that reached its feet, giving it an appearance of a woman. Withered branches sprouted out of its head like horns. We get a Yurei. I love yokai. Yippee! Kaminuma, run for it. I'm trying to save him. Why?
逃げ回るのに疲れちまったんだ。
I've had enough running around already.
どうせ夢の中じゃないか。ならいっそスカッと終わらせてもらいたいもんだぜ。
It's all a dream anyway, so I might as well put an end to it right here and now. He's gonna get his ass killed. Kaminuma spread his arms and waited for her. The foreboding shadow also spread its arms and grabbed him. Demon hug. Kaminuma tried to act tough, but the pain won over in the end. I clearly heard the sound of a withered branch breaking. Oh my god, is he actually dying? I hate this guy so much. A moment later, Kaminuma's upper half was snapped like a decayed tree and collapsed backwards in a visceral splash. His head and arms and elbows smashed into pieces on the floor and scattered into chunks. But his legs remained standing. Despite that, Kurokami just kept clinging to his legs. I felt no fear. I'd already grown numb to some such emotions. She's just hugging severed legs. That's cool. Suzumu is finally starting to lose it too, I see. All I could do was laugh. I couldn't think of anything other to express what I was feeling. Go.
違うよ、鈴原。
No, that's not it, Susuhara. Kurokami turned to me as though she didn't notice the shadow that had brutally killed Kaminuma. It seemed she'd already lost interest in the scattered pieces that used to be him. The change in her behavior was far more terrifying than the monster.
私にはお前しかいないんだ。
You're all I have.
お前をずっとずっと待っていたんだから。
I waited for you for so long.
本当に待っていた。だから。
I mean, I really have been waiting.
わからないよ。
I don't get you.
僕にはもう本当に黒髪さんがわからないよ。
I just don't get you anymore. Still laying on my backside, scooted away from Kurokami as she slithered towards me. The sight must have been quite saddening for her. Her eyes welled with tears and warped with sorrow. But I couldn't accept her. All I was capable of doing at that point was laughing in disbelief. Just then, the female shadow, its arms spread wide and lunged towards me.
お前だけを信じて今日まで耐えてきたのに。
Please, you have to believe me. I've resisted it all this time. Her suggestive words were all nonsense. I was a fool forever thinking there was some kind of mysterious fate at play or falling for her spell.
村上さんなんているわけもない。
Someone like you couldn't possibly know me.
僕たちはつい先日初めて言葉を交わしたばかりの赤の他人。僕たちの間にどんな運命が絆があったって言うんだ。
We're just strangers who only talked for the first time yesterday. We have no bond, no destiny. Susuhara.
ないんだよ。何にもない。なのに僕はどうして黒髪さんに関わってしまったんだ。
There's nothing, absolutely nothing, so why did I ever even get involved with you? It was just as Kiko said. I should have never gotten involved with this insane girl. So that's why all this insane stuff is happening, yeah?
私をそんな悲しい目でいないで。
Don't give me that sad look.
黒髪さんこそ
I could ask the same of you.
どうして僕をそんな悲しい目で見るんだよ。
Why are you giving me that sad look?
僕にはもうさっぱり意味がわからないんだよ。
I don't understand at all anymore. The quivering blob was right behind me with the sinister shadow pulverizing Kamenuma right before me. Meanwhile, Kurokami was clinging to my leg. The blob would twist my neck with its hairy arm-shaped lumps, while the shadow would fall upon me.
化け物がよりどりみどりってわけだ。
So now I have to choose between a Skyla and a Charybdis now? Which would have killed me? The blob? The shadow? Pff, no, it was definitely Kurokami. Just then, the shadow and the blob started to fight over me. Kurokami kept babbling her nonsense as she gazed seductively at me. All I could do was just keep laughing dryly as if it was the funniest thing in the world. Clearly he's going insane. Doesn't have to make sense. However, my heart ached yet again at the sight of her moist eyes. All of a sudden I heard a death cry. The fleshy blob descended upon me and smashed my head to bits. It seemed the monster fight was over. It felt just like Kamenuma. This was all just some repulsive nightmare anyway. So I wanted it to end as soon as possible. Huh. When did I get here? No. It was the other way around. Where had I been all this time? Kurokami was still sitting in the wheelchair, her father pushing her along. So she touched my hand and then I started fucking hallucinating for 30 minutes. Women. Not even once. Are we learning something, dudes? Not even one time. And I was standing right in front of them. Had I been standing here this whole time? Just then, Kurokami stood up on her broken leg. Kurokami? I don't understand you anymore.
私にはわかるわ。
I understand.
そして
And
私にしかわからないからもうお願い
because I'm the only one who understands, my heart will. Kurakami bitterly ground her teeth and then wept. I was bewildered, yet my heart ached to see her tears once more.
やめてよ。俺は君に惑わされたりしない。
Stop it, you just can't deceive me anymore. He's going back to her after all that shit?
俺は君に関わっちゃいけなかったんだ。
I should have never gotten involved with you. I felt like I was tearing my own heart in two. Just a short while ago I was telling her how I'd save her. Yet, here I was now cruelly denouncing her. Even so, I just didn't understand what was what anymore. An empty laugh burst out of me just like in that nightmare.
私がお前を惑わす
I'm deceiving you? So dream her has nothing to do with real her, I'm guessing, because she seems pretty fucking lost.
惑わすのはお前の方
But you're the one deceiving me.
もう
No,
いや
no more.
こんなせい
I can't stand this life any longer.
村上さん。
Same. Coulda come. What? What the fuck? What? I have to piss? This might be a good time to piss. Did I scare you? Did I scare you? For real though, you pissed loud as fuck, and I think that's pretty cool. You frying chicken in there? I love that meme. No, I flushed it down the toilet. My bad, gang. I'll get you next time. Did you actually? Fuck off. I'm not dressed up as a cat. I'm a ghost. You guys got some snacks? I should get some water or something, actually. I've been here. Holy shit. 4 hours. I'm gonna get some water. Ow. Okay. I decided to not mute myself. And then I left. And because there's so much fucking clothes on my floor, my door hit the clothes and then it doubled back and it hit me. I tried to open the door and then it bounced back and it clipped my heel on the way out. Get that shit out of here, Poupe. You know what the meme we're here for in this nation, in Kappa Nation? It's time to drink water. Glug glug, bitches. Gluggity glug, bitches. Kind of bugs me that this back thing kind of unaligns, but I don't think I care that much. It's just kind of annoying. I can't do this as much as I really want to hang out over here. I can't hang out over there. Are you ready? The cliffhanger. Nani? Omae mo namae wo shinde iru. Invert video of plushie being water. I'll drink the plushie. Invert. You know what? I should remake that with our little Kappa baby. Now that we have a mascot. He must suffer. It took a few seconds before a woman screamed in shock. After all, there was now a gaping hole in my neck. She stabbed me? What the fuck? My empty laugh no longer exited through my mouth. It just leaked vapidly through the new hole in my neck. He's bleeding. There's so much blood. Toe. Did she actually kill me IRL? Father, please forgive me. Is she gonna kill herself? I cannot stand this life any longer. No more. Kurokami tightened her grip on the box cutter in her hand. She then looked into my eyes. You really were too late. So now I can finally rest in peace. And with that, she spoke no further. Only vivid blood gushed through the new hole, squirming on her own neck. I was rapidly losing conscious. The world was fading into pitch black darkness. I no longer understood anything. My mind couldn't wrap itself around itself. My feelings, hers, what had happened, what was happening. I didn't understand any of it anymore. Sorry, Kiko. I should have never gotten mixed up with her. Huh?
亀沼くん
What? Kamenuma? That show, by the way, the asshole we all hate.
具合はどうかしら起き上がれそう
How are you feeling? You think you can get up? Hina got to open the curtain to find Kamenuma still sleeping in the infirmary bed. Jesus fucking Christ. However, he had the covers over his head so she couldn't see exactly how he was doing.
亀沼くんぐっすりなのかしら
Did he die at school? Kamenuma, sleeping like a baby, are we? Hinagata rolled back the covers with an impish smile. Her shrill scream echoed through the school. Yikers. Yikers. I woke up in what was probably the hospital bed. That's the best place to get murdered or suicide is in a hospital lobby, you know? I mean, if you were to do that anywhere, it's the ideal location. Okay. Bangers, you need to... Fuck. Bangers has joined us, so I'm gonna move some stuff on my desk so he can chill. Hello, son. My body was sluggish and there were bandages wrapped around my neck. I tried moving a little, only for my throat to sting. But it seemed I'd survived. I had to find out if I was still in that nightmare. I slowly got out of bed as I tried to find an angle that would least hurt my neck. I opened the curtains slightly and felt a surge of relief at the sight of the lights of the town. Good. I wasn't in that maddening nightmare anymore. There was no girl clinging to my leg. No disgusting blobs roaring or sinister shadows being seen. This was, without a doubt, the real world. Wait, the real world? I saw an orange flicker in the nights outside. Those flickers rose up into the pitch black sky, one after the other like fireworks. They were dragons, like dragons. I saw dragons painting in flames, rising up all over town. It was an unimaginably beautiful sight, straight out of a fairy tale. A dream-like scenery, not of this world. This world was a dream. It wasn't just me this time. The whole world had been sucked into a nightmare. The blazing dragons turned into tornadoes and spun up into the heavens. The scorching hellfire tore up both the night sky and the veneer of reality that covered the world and burned them all away. The world was burning to ashes. No, it's just a visual novel. And so would this place before long. Dragon's fire spouted out over town, one after another. I felt like I locked eyes with one of those newborn dragons. Forgive me, Kiko. I should have listened to you. Is it over? I just got a thing. Did I finish it? It was a $2 game. Wow, that was weird. So I was swallowed up by the eldritch, incomprehensible horrors. Wait, you guys didn't see it. Huh? Oh, so there's multiple playthrough paths. There may not be choices, but there's paths. A chess piece with a horse's head. That's called a knight, right? These pieces were huge. Just one of them was the size of a liquor bottle. That piece was pinched between an even larger finger, smashed the head onto one of mine. I don't know. It just stopped. It was like a fake ending screen, and then it took me to Wonderland. I didn't do anything. It just stopped. It was like a cinematic, and then it went black, and then it stopped. Did I just get bamboozled? Wait, should I wait for a part 2? 4 hours. What the fuck? It keeps going. Should I keep going? Are you guys invested? I'm pretty invested. Story keeps taking me for some turns, man. Visual novels typically are quite predictable. But I didn't do nothing I didn't do. That piece was pinched between the larger fingers and smashed head and head into one of mine. Ugh. The remainder of the piece scattered about with a thrilling sound. The audience of card soldiers cheered. I am in Wonderland. What is happening right now? I thought the world was engulfed in fire. Ew! What the fuck is this thing? Ew! Ew! Get away from me. The Set King's head alone was huge as a boulder, and his disgusting laugh was boomingly loud. He wore an outfit befitting the king of card soldiers himself, topped with a bowl cut and a Coke bottle glasses. What more, he had pimples all over his face. On the visual and auditory discomfort scale, he'd win by a landslide. No questions asked. Oh, we lost it. We lost another one, Alice. Oh, we're so close and we don't have enough pieces. We're short again. Mr. Rabbit gripped his head helplessly.
しっかりしてよ、ウサギさん。なんかインチキなガチャガチャみたいだよね。
Holy shit. Wait, is that the girl from before, but like a different style? Like alternate dimension, what was her name again? Kiba? I know the guy was Susuhara. The girl was Harumiya? I forget her first name. That looks just like her. Get a grip, Mr. Rabbit. It's like you hooked on a rigged slot machine.
さっきからあと一息。あと一息の繰り返しだよ。一体何歩課金すればいいわけさ。
Oh, wait, my turn. You've been saying we're so close for ages now. You got any idea how many pieces I paid for? Yeah, Kiko. That looks like Kiko, doesn't it? Am I crazy? Or does it? Because like this artist is good. Corpse Party was good. None of the characters look the same, but she looks just like her.
ごめんよ、エリス。ごめんよ。あとちょっとで勝てるんだ。勝てるはずなんだよ。
And she's labeled as Kanae, but they keep calling her Alice. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm so sorry. But victory should still be just a stone throws away. There was a gargantuan chessboard between us and the Set King. On it were a mix of what appeared to be red and black chess pieces. But this was in fact Sek, a game similar to but completely different from chess. I had no idea what the rules were. You know how knights have very specific movement patterns in chess? Yeah, that was all out of the window with Sek. The whole thing made no sense. Like, you could move one square if a black cat jumped out, or you could hide behind another piece if a thrush chirped. Even though I was the player, I had no choice but to leave my fate in the hands of the rabbit who knew the rules. So it's like Kiko, alternate dimension, but her perspective. What the fuck is happening?
惜しいでちゅね。大きな駒を失っちゃったでちゅね。
Too bad you lost such an important piece.
うさぎさん、今失った駒って
Why does he look like
結構
this?
痛い
His
わ
little
け？
baby hands. Mr. Rabbit, was that Pete really such a big deal?
一気にこれで攻め込んでかき回すつもりだったんだよ。本当だよ。
Yeah, I was about to use it to strike and turn the whole game around, really.
これでまた攻め手がなくなっちゃったわけでちゅよ。
And now you're off your offense. It's in shambles yet again.
あと一息でこのボクチン追い詰められたかもしれないのにね。
You were so close. You could have actually cornered me. Meh, meh, meh.
悔しいよ。今の駒がなくなっちゃった。
I hate this now that we've lost that piece. Ooh.
そんな大事な大駒をぼんやりしてるから取られちゃうんだよ。
This is what
してよね。
happens. This is what happens when you don't focus. Get your head in the game.
まだまだそちらにも置ける駒はあるでちゅよ。ゲームが面白くなるのはこれからなのでちゅ。
You still have pieces laying around, you know. The game's still starting.
参ったなもう。
Oh boy.
仕方ないな。もうほんとこれっきりだからね。
This is such whiplash. It felt like it ended, you know? Like, I would have been satisfied if that was the ending. Sorry, I'm still like bewildered. Like, what is happening? Fine, but this is really is the last time, okay? Got it?
エリス、ありがとう。助かるよ。
Alice, thank you. You're a lifesaver. Some parts of Sek resemble Shoki. Much like that game, you could add new pieces to the board. The card soldiers cheered with joy when they learned I'd decided to add a new piece.
まあ問題は新しい駒を作るのがちょいと面倒なだけなんだけどね。
I think so. She said she bought them earlier. As to what the currency is, maybe she's paying with the... Because when that fat kid paid for his favor, he had to hurt somebody else. So she must be hurting people IRL to pay for it. That's my guess, but I don't even know if they're still related. Like, everything about this is a different vibe from the entire game so far. Still, it's kind of a pain to create new pieces. That's the whole
エ
problem.
リスは強いから助かるよ。僕にもっと勇気があったら。
They're getting loud on my end. Are they loud on your end? Like the cheering and shit? It's pretty crazy. Your strength always wins out. I only wish I could be so brave.
まあまあ。
Okay,
い
it's
いっ
gone.
ていいって。
I had to cough. Hey, it's cool.
そこはこのエリス姫に任せといて。
Just leave it to Princess Alice. Hehe. And we were the chess pieces. Refresh. You're cooking. Oh, if that's it, that's crazy. The trolley with tools showed up and the audience cheered again. Boy, they sure don't pull any punches, huh? The card soldiers' trolley contained an assortment of sickening, tortured tools used for this purpose. I didn't want to imagine. Tortured tools. So they're they're playing with humans in an alternate dimension. Oh. Every time. It's like if I had better tracking, you would see me kick back in repulsion every time. Wow, what new pieces will you bring out this time? I'd hate for it to be something powerful.
うさぎさん、マジで次はチェックメイトをお願いね。
God, you're annoying. Hey, Usagi-san. Checkmate for real this time, okay?
そのつもりだよ。大駒を揃えて一気にチェックメイトしてやるんだ。
My model's like freaking out. Okay. That's the idea. We'll get a bunch of strong pieces and checkmate him in one fell
大
swoop.
駒を揃えてって、今度はどんな駒がどのくらいいるわけ？
A bunch of strong pieces. Which one and how many this time?
頼みにくいんだけど。
You're not gonna like it.
だーんと来なさいな。ミノベ県王国はこのエリス姫様が守るんだからね。
Bring it on, for I, Princess Alice, will defend the Arcanine Minobe Kingdom. This game's getting really weird, Jolly. Welcome back. It's really weird. Such a valiant princess. I'm liking you even more. Ooh, please, I don't want to get raped again.
きっとこの国を手に入れて僕ちの新しい家族に迎えてあげるでちゅ。
Now I know I must share your country and add you to my new family. I will not marry.
マジでパス。
Yeah, no thanks.
うさぎさん、
Pet, pet, pet,
マ
pet,
ジで
pet, pet,
強い駒
pet, pet,
よ
pet,
ろ
pet,
し
pet,
く
pet,
さ。
pet, pet. Wait, I think I could do that in give me a second. I think I could do that in this.
それで何の駒がいるんだって？
So which ones do you need? The rabbit fidgeted apologetically.
左手の小指と左手の手首、
Oh
あと
no.
右手の指を4本ももらえれば。
I'm paying with chunks of myself? That's crazy. Your left pinky and wrist. Oh, and also if I can get about 4 of your fingers from your right hand, we'll definitely win.
本当にそれだけ？それだけで駒が足りるの？
Are you sure those ones will really get the job done?
できればあと左目の駒も欲しいんだよ。あれがあればきっと。
I'd like your left eye too if you don't mind. Just know that it'll be enough to win, I know it.
もう一コマサービスしちゃうからさ。今度こそ絶対。
Why is she no
決めてよ。
nonchalant about being dismembered for a board game? I like her even more now. Fine, I'll throw in 1 extra as a freebie, but you better win this time, you hear me?
ありがとうエリス。
Thank you, Alice.
じゃあ上の前歯を3本と奥歯を2本でもう一つコマを。
What? What about all those other pieces? What were those other pieces for? I don't understand this, bunny. But then we should be able to get another piece with 3 of your front teeth and 2 from the back.
へいへい、好きにしてちょうだいな。
Ah, yeah. Take as much as you want. What the fuck?
ありがとうエリス。これで勝てるよ。今度こそ絶対に勝てる。
He's so happy about it. Thank you, Alice. We'll seize victory for sure. Trust me. Ah, no! Oh my god! Trash.
とんでもない大駒がたくさん来るのですよ。
You think the rabbit's just dismembering me to feed his rabbit family? I wouldn't put it beneath this game. They're fucked up, man. Oh, no dishes. Bad, you're bringing out a ton of strong ones.
これじゃ僕ちん負けちゃうでちゅ。ああああ。
Now I'm gonna lose. Yeah.
あんたのニキビ面を二度と見なくて済むなら、乙女の指だの腕だの肌のちょろいもんよ。
A lady's fingers, arms, teeth are a small price to pay if it means never seeing your pimply mug again.
そこまで嫌われてるなんて、僕ちん心狂ってでちゅ。
Oh, he doesn't deserve that. That was mean. Why, I'm hurt. I can't take all that hate.
ごめんねエリス、本当にごめんね。
I hate him every time I see him. He's like, eh. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm so sorry.
なるべく痛くないようにやるからね。
I'll try to make it as painless as possible. And with that apology, Mr. Rabbit picked up a torture tool similar to the giant pair of nail clippers and approached me. The animated audience suddenly fell silent and gulped as they watched. When I thought about it, the main attraction of this show, was less the match itself, more adding new pieces. After all, even the Sec King was watching me with a far more excitement than when he took any of the pieces on my board. Wasn't he intending to make me a part of his family? At this rate, my whole body would become Sec's pieces before that ever happened, wouldn't it?
じゃあ、
Okay.
左手の小指から行くからね。
Okay, I'll start with your left pinky. Oh, we're gonna dismember this girl live? Live dismemberment on YouTube.com. No, he's stinky. He's stinky and lame and stinky. Okay, I'll start with your left pinky.
ごめんねエリス。ごめんねごめんね。
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
謝んなくていいから。次こそ絶対にチェックメイトをよろしく。
Don't apologize, just checkmate him for me, okay? Mr. Rabbit placed the finger clippers, made for the sole purpose of cleaving off the left pinky, above my left hand. Why was such a large audience being so quiet? It'd be way easier to distract myself if they were cheering, like they were before.
変にビクビクしないで。バチンと一発でお願いね。
Stop jittering, just get it over with in one clean go.
さっきみたいに下手に気を使われる方がかえって痛いんだからさ。
It hurt way more when you tried to be considerate like last time.
ねえ、ごめん。今度はもっと痛くないようにする。
Refresh? I'm gonna go back on our theory. I don't think this has anything to do with the previous storyline. And if it does, I am currently at a loss to see as to how. Oof. Okay. Okay, make sure it doesn't hurt more than it has to. Mr. Rabbit put the tip of the razor-sharp blade against the last finger I had on my left hand. Yes, that's right. I'd already given up the other one in exchange for more pieces.
どうせ手首も切るんでしょ。先にそっちからやってくれればいいのに。
You're gonna cut off my wrist eventually anyway, right? Can't you just start with that? Take the whole hand.
ルールだからね。仕方ないんだ。
Sorry, it's the rules.
じゃあ、行くよ。
Okay, here I go. Ew, I can see him in my mind when I hear him, and I hate that. He is the true horror of this game. I'd be damned if I gave that pimple-faced bastard in the audience the chance to rejoice over it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it.
せーの。
Don't acknowledge it. One.
そういうの言わないでいいから。無言でザクッと来てちょうだい。
Come on, enough with the countdown. Just do it already. Okay. Nig. Nig. Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. I felt like there was red hot iron searing the spot where my pinky used to be, now swollen 100-fold. That swelling ached in sync with the rapid beating of my heart. But no, I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't bear it if I did. Simply stared off into space as I bit my upper lip and my eyes widened. And then I concentrated solely on the thought that I was nothing more than a statue.
次は左手首ね。あ、変に気を使われる方が痛いんだよね。ごめんごめん。
Next is your left wrist. Oh wait, it hurts more when I try to be considerate, right? Sorry about that. I didn't care anymore, I just wanted to get it over with. It was taking all I had to wear a mask of composure. It was suffocating. Just then, I locked eyes with the Sek King. He, along with the audience of card soldiers, stared at me with rapt attention. Their faces were lit up with anticipation. Screw you all, like hell I'd play into your expectations. Like hell, like hell, like hell, like hell, like... I felt like my brain was being stabbed with a sharpened ice pick. And immediately after the sensation, and everything from my left wrist had become a giant scorching heart which beat violently. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't accept that sensation. I was a statue. I was a statue. A statue. I'm a statue. I'm a statue. I'm a statue. I'm a statue. I fought back everything building in my throat. If I were to release it, that meant I would have acknowledged it. But despite all of my efforts, I whimpered anyway.
何か言った？言った？
Did you say something? Did ya? Did ya?
別に何も
Nothing at all. I put on the bravest face I could muster, yet I couldn't hide the beads of cold sweat seeping down my face. Even so, I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I would never give the damned audience what they wanted.
次は右手の指4本だから大丈夫？大丈夫？
Next is 4 fingers from your right hand. Are you okay? Are you okay?
なんか使うなって言ってんで
Told you not to show consideration for me. Oh my god, that face is amazing! Just give me a second. I need that. Give me I needed this. I needed this. I'll put it in my server. I need that. It's so cute. Okay, back to what I was doing. Oh, I didn't read it. I got too distracted by taking a screen cap. My bad, game. Wait, what did it say? What did it say? What did it say? I guess I could have just read it from the thing. Oh well. I'm stupid. I gave the rabbit a twisted smile to show I was fine even though sweat poured down my forehead. I couldn't accept that it hurt. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. I couldn't acknowledge it. Just then, there was a gust of air out of nowhere carrying a leaf. The leaf caressed my left hand. And it felt like my desperate resistance shattered into pieces. unleashed a scream of agony from deep within. It was too late. Now that I acknowledged it, it was too late. A gushing sensation I'd been ignoring from the stump that used to be my left hand just assaulted me. It felt like a fire hose. It reached my brain, and with that, I lost the willpower to hold back my screams. The audience immediately burst into tumultuous uproar of laughter. That sight spun around like a whirlpool, and it swallowed me up. But I wouldn't let it take my sanity. Just then, I felt the cold metal press against my right hand. Oh, it's still happening. Mr. Rabbit had just finished setting up a horrific metallic device that would rip off my fingers. Are you ready? I can't do this. I can't. I just can't do it.
でも、あと右手の指を4本と左目と上の前歯3本と奥歯を2本もらわないと駒が揃わないよ。
Back? Oh, two of your... Okay. I thought he said again, like they already owned it. But we don't have enough pieces unless we take 4 of your fingers, your left eye, 3 of your front teeth, and 2 of your back. I can't. I'm telling you that I can't, so I can, and I can't, and I can't, and I can't. I'm sorry, Ellis. It's a matter of national security. Forgive me. I can't get enough of that scream. The card soldiers audience surged in a wave of ecstasy in that experiment. The pimple face was rolling around with laughter. But Mr. Rabbit's display of consideration was just as annoying to me. Are you okay? Are you okay? It hurts, doesn't it? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And all that's left is your eyes and your teeth, right? Which should we start with? What does it fucking matter? It's all the same. Why don't you just take my place for a change? Okay. Alright, is your eye next? Your front teeth? Maybe the back ones. What do you think, people? The eye! The eye, the eye, the eye! We're ripping apart Alice. I like how they said that. Her front teeth, pull those grinding teeth right out. The rabbit's so into this. He's bullshit. He's full of shit. Which one? I don't know unless you choose. I couldn't acknowledge the pain. It wouldn't be these bastards' entertainment. Okay. Let's start with the eye, I guess. Oh, Odyssey, you have to watch this VOD. This game is insane. Then I can't see half of your disgusting faces anymore.
You can now Hime-sama desu yo.
How brave of you, princess. Okay, I understand, Alice. I'll end it in a flash so it doesn't hurt. Even if it would only take a second to crush it, the pain would still linger for a long, long time. But I couldn't let that fear show. I was strong. I had to smile even in times like these. Oh shit, I gotta. Give me a second. But I couldn't let that fear show. I was strong. I had to smile even in times like these. There is no gore. We've never actually showed anything. It's just a horror story. Relax, Pookie. You'll be fine. Mr. Rabbit took the birdcage-shaped torture tool and put it on my head. There was now a sharp, pointy drill literally staring at me in the eye. Mr. Rabbit shut the hinges tight so I couldn't take it off. Is this a saw trap?
じゃあ今度は行くよって言わないからね。言わないからね。言わないからね。
Okay, I won't count this time, alright? You told me not to, so I won't. He spun the handle attached to the cage. Just then, the drill approached my eye with a grinding noise. I closed my eyes, and the drilling hit my eyelid. The drill shrieked as it pierced right through it. However, my smile never broke. I had to smile or I'd lose. That's my belief. Just then, all of a sudden, receded. I heard someone calling me. Who was it? Whoever it was, I could tell that their calls had ended my nightmare. But this was the first time that had ever happened.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay? She's a separate character. Am I the guy that tries to fix all these crazy bitches? Oh. Is there more crazy bitches? Okay, you have a nice day, Captain C. There was a boy in front of me. He wasn't in my class. This complete stranger had been the one calling to me?
おいらのこと?
Are you talking to me?
ひどく具合が悪そうに見えたので大丈夫かなって。
Yeah, you looked rather pale, so I called out to see if you're all right. I didn't know him, but the purity in his eyes conveyed his sincerity. If he hadn't said anything, I'd probably be continuing to suffer in my nightmare. Still, though, I felt like today's dream had been particularly horrible. I couldn't remember it well, but I definitely had been an awful one.
誰だか知んないけどありがとう。
I don't know who you are, but thanks.
おいらってちょっぴり悪夢症でさ。
You see, I got this little bit of a case of nightmare-itis.
悪夢症?
Nightmare-itis. Oops.
おいら頭おかしいからさ。よく悪い白チュームにうなされちゃうんだよね。
Oh, she's very self-aware. She's a different flavor of autism. I'm crazy, so I get bad daydreams from time to time, you see?
お昼食べてうとうとしてたらまたたちの悪い夢にうなされてたみたい。
I dozed off right after lunch and I had this really messed up nightmare, apparently.
悪い夢をしつこく見るなら何かの病気のサインかもしれないよ。
That could be a symptom of some disease.
保健室で先生に相談した方がいいんじゃないかな。
Maybe you should go to the infirmary and talk to the doctor about it?
保健の先生タマユは間に合ってるよ。大丈夫大丈夫。
The school doctor? I see IwaiHime all the time. I'll be okay.
割と元気そうだぜ。よかったよかった。
You seem pretty fine to me. That's a relief.
みたいだね。でも一度先生に相談してみてね。
Yeah, but tell a doctor about it, okay?
夢は心や体調のサインであることも多いから。
Dreams are often a reflection of the condition of your mind.
あんがと。でもまあオイラのは多分そういうのじゃないから。
Thanks, but I kind of doubt how that is how it is in my
不
case.
思議の国のアリスならぬ悪夢の国のエリスだからね。
Alice in Nightmare Land is no Alice in Wonderland after all. Huh?
とにかくありがとう。
Anyway, thanks a bunch.
あんたも用があって通りかかったんでしょ。
You're passing by because you had things to do, right?
昼休みは短いよ。そうそう行って行って。
Lunch break is short. You better hurry.
じゃあ
Finally, some Genki. We get some Genki in the house.
行くよ、夏くん。
Well, let's go.
こんなのよ、本当にただのかすり傷なんだぜ。
Seriously? It's just a scratch.
傷なんざ舐めときゃ治るってのが男ってもんだぜ。
A real man heals his wounds by licking them.
ダメだよ。
Wait, I had a voice
ば
for
い
this
菌が
guy
入って
before.
可能したら大変なんだから。
You shouldn't. What would you do if it got infected?
高校男児がすり傷程度で保健室なんて恥ずかしいんだよ。
It's embarrassing for a high school boy to go to the infirmary over a tiny scratch.
ダメだよ。ちゃんと消毒薬を塗ってもらおうね。
Don't say that. You need to put disinfectant on it.
やだー、俺あのしみるやつ大嫌いなんだ。
He's so manly he can't handle the sting. No, I hate that stuff. It hurts like hell. Ooh, he dancing.
ダメだよ。
Oh my god, Yowie! Yowie on
保健室へ行こう。
screen. He's grabbing ass. Grabbing ass on screen. Don't be like that. Come on, let's go to the infirmary.
いていてててててて、そんなバカ力で掴むな、引っ張るな。
Quit pulling your beastly strength hurts. I love him so much. Great!
失礼します。
Great!
先生、傷の消毒をお願いします。
Excuse me, can we have some disinfectant?
お昼寝中、お邪魔をしてすみませんでした。
We're sorry for interrupting your nap. She's sleeping on the job.
そんな寝てないわよ。
No, I wasn't asleep.
ちょっと午後の陽気にうつらうつらとしちゃってただけなんだから。
I was just nodding off in the sun is all.
へっへっへ、その言い訳じゃ確実に廊下に立たされますぜ。
An excuse like that would get you detention for sure.
というか、先週来た時も確か居眠りしてませんでしたっけ？
Besides, weren't you sleeping when I came by last week too?
そんな教頭先生に告げ口するのは許してよね。
Please don't tell the vice principal.
じゃないと私教頭先生に怒られる。査定が最低。学校クビ。路頭に迷うし。
Otherwise, I'll get yelled at, get a horrible assessment, get fired, get out in the cold, and then I'll die.
お願いよ。
She's a little
教頭先
dramatic.
生には黙ってて。
No, please, not a word.
黙っててくれるなら、先生、いけない個人授業とか特別にしてあげようかな。
You guys saw that, right? Is she offering to groom me? Okay, so let her be homeless or get groomed by an older woman. Chat. You wouldn't let her be homeless, would you? If you don't say anything, then maybe I'll give you some naughty private lessons just for you.
そして
その光景を隠し撮り
Yikes.
脅迫口止め料たんまり左打ちはでウハウハ素敵な生徒との恋も
I like the way she thinks. But then I'll take hidden photos of the incident, make some threats, get that hush money, live large, find love with a handsome celebrity. This game is about crazy bitches. I love that. That's a pleasant
先生に
surprise.
いきなり腹パンかよ。さすがグレートな男だぜ。
Susahara, you just punched her right in the stomach. You truly are a great man. He punched her. How to punch! How to punch! How to punch! You can't see me, but I'm punching the air so hard right now. If only I could get groomed by a beautiful older woman. Wait, where's my thingy? You know what this calls for? Because she's being very kawaii. She has joined the ranks of the padded. She is one of the
まだ
padded
寝ぼけてる
ones.
みたいだったから着付けにいいかなと思って。
Well, it seems she was still sleepy, so I thought she could use a little wake me up. So he punched a woman? Oh, only in fantasy do the world make sense. Based? Wee woo, based apartment.
ナイスパンチよありがとうすっきりしたわ
She's so cute, she thanked me after. Perfect women don't exist. Nice punch. Thanks, I feel better.
それで保健室にご用は何かしらまた彼が何かいたずらをしてすりむきでもしたの
So why are you here? Did he get in trouble and hurt himself again?
こんなの男の勲章だぜ。
This wound is a man's badge of honor.
そうだね。痛みに耐えられる夏くんは男の鏡だと思うな。
Yep, if anyone can put up with a little pain, it's sure you.
ススハラに言われるとまんざらでもねえぜ。
It doesn't sound so bad when you put it like that.
なら痛いしみる消毒薬も頑張れるよね。
So a little stinging from a disinfectant shouldn't be nothing for you, right?
あるわよよーく効く痛い消毒薬が
Why did she say it like that? Give me a second, I'm a fucking gooner. Give me a second.
なら痛いしみる消毒薬も頑張れるよね。
Oh, I have to pass it for it to be there. Boo. So, we've got that all right. Some real good, real painful disinfectant.
やめろ離せススハラ
Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second, give me a second, give me a second.
あるわよよーく効く痛い消毒薬が
One more.
あるわよよーく効く痛い消毒薬が
Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. That's nice. That's real nice. No, let me go, Suzuhara! I'll read that too. Ah. Ah. Ah.
はいこれでよし
Alright, all done.
よかったね。これで怪我もきれいに治ると思うよ。
Thank you. Now that cut should heal up nicely.
それ以上に頑張って耐えた夏くんがかっこいいと思ったよ。
You sure seemed cool for putting up with that, Natsu.
まあな。男熱田夏や消毒薬程度でヒーヒー言うようなやわじゃねえからな。
Yeah, a man like Natsuya Atsuta ain't no pansy who cries about disinfectant.
あつたくんは元気盛りで怪我が絶えないわね
You're at the height of your youth. It's only natural you get a ton of injuries.
それはそうとあなた鈴原鈴くんだっけ
That aside, you are Suzumu Suzuhara, right?
あなたも面倒見のいい友達ね暑いのと涼しいのであなたたちちょうどいいコンビかも
You're a very thoughtful friend, aren't you? He's like fire and you're like ice. So kind of you to make a perfect pair.
よっしゃーグレートス
So
サ
you
ラと
two
俺が
plan to make a perfect
ついに
pair.
コンビと認められたぜ
Ah, yeah, the great Susahara and I have finally been acknowledged as a pair. He's so gay.
よく言ってるけど、グレートススハラって何？
You keep calling me that, but what's with the great Susahara thing anyway?
お前が超ウルトラスーパーレアにグレートな男だからよ
It's because you're a super mega ultra super rare great man! That's why!
プロレスラーみたいな名前だな。
I don't have any money, dog. I don't have any money. Yeah, but it kind of sounds like a wrestler name.
ねえ、グレートススハラ君とグレートアツタ君。
Say, great Susuhara, great Atsuta.
俺はまだ全然グレートな男じゃないんですしかしいつかはそう言われてみて
Oh, I'm far from a great man now. But try calling me that sometime later.
じゃあ、グレートスス
She's
ハ
so
ラ君
irritated.
とノーマルアツタ君。
Hey, great Susuhara, normal Atsuta.
ノーマルはさすがに
I don't think I like that one much either.
じゃあ、グレートススハラ君とアブノーマルアツタ君ね。
Then, great Susuhara abnormal Atsuta.
それは絶対に嫌じゃ
Anything but that.
ナツくんはどんなあだ名でもかっこいいと思うよ。
I don't think it matters what people call you. You'll still be cool in my eyes.
ところであなたたち、
Ooh.
部活動は何かやってる？
Anyway, are either of you in any clubs?
いえ、何も。
Nope, none.
スサラは空手やってたんだろ空手部とか入ればきっ
That's
と
someone
グ
lazy.
レートな伝説を築いちまう気がするぜ
You do karate, right? You'd definitely be a great legend if you joined the karate club.
空手をやってるの？ああ、結構立派な拳をしてるとは思ってたけど。
Why is she a pedophile? Oh, really? I did think your fists were quite impressive. Rather impressive.
ちょっと違うんですけど、まあ家で自主練をしてます。
Same. Oh my god, who wants to stay after school? That's stupid. Ass. That's ass. Well, not exactly, but I do practice at home.
それはとても忙しい？
Does it keep you busy?
毎日夕方は欠かさずに。
I train every single evening, never miss a day.
さすがだぜやはりそのグレートな力は日々の鍛錬から生み出されていたんだな
Amazing. So that great power really is forged by daily training, huh?
でもちょっとくらいは時間が取れない？
You think you could spare a little time?
何かの部活の勧誘ですか？
She's gonna groom me. Ah. Are you inviting me to join a club?
察しがいいわね。私が顧問をしているとある部にぜひ参加してみない？
You catch on quickly. I'd like you to join the club I advise.
決して怪しい部活じゃないのよ。
Don't worry, it's nothing sketchy. Wink, wink. Wait. Wink. Did it catch it? I had to take my glasses off to do that.
ちゃんと学校公認だし、部活も都合の合う時だけ参加してくれてもいいの。
It's got the school stamp of approval, and you only have to participate when you're free.
休日の活動もあるけれど、たまにだけよ。
We have activities on weekends too, but only once in a while.
休日がなくなるのは嫌だな
I don't want to lose my days off.
たまによ。せいぜい月に一度くらいかしらね。
Just occasionally, like once a month or so.
何の部活ですか？
What club is that?
よくぞ聞いてくれました。
Wait. Recalibrating. Rescaling. Alright.
その名もズバリシャチ運ぶ。
Well, listen well, young men. That club's called LCSC. I'm not dyslexic. Fuck you.
シャチ。
LCSC.
歩行
I'm petting the nothing.
す
Oh my god, we've unlocked
暑さかまで
waifus. Yippee, 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 yippee. You know what? I haven't eaten. We're at 5 hours. I think that's pretty good. What do you guys think? I think that's pretty good. Okay. Little mushrooms. Little mushrooms. I think. Oops, wait, no. We're gonna save. A quick save. I'm gonna let that fade out into the background. And then we're gonna now leave. Yeah, baby. Oh, apparently those are still there. Whoop. All right. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. What do you guys think? I got a little more invested than I thought I would. A lot of loops. A lot of loopy, twisty loopies. You guys like my costume? I mean, that Alice in Wonderland thing really tired me out, but it was nice to get a glimpse of her. I don't really want to get too invested. It's been 5 hours and my tummy keeps making sounds. I don't know if the mic could pick them up though. They're not loud sounds, but they're uncomfy ones. Do you like my costume? Guess who I'm dressed as? Can you guess? It's bangers, I'm bangers, I'm bangers, I'm bangers. You want to see me do the gay cat dance? I'm doing the gay cat dance. I'm doing it.